let's get back into it with process of elimination. We are in the starting the 5th of 6 chapters. So we are officially entering the 3rd act, as it were. So that's both a very fun and very frightening aspect. Things will be running. Woo! And we will be running, and maybe other things will be running. This is gonna be a bit weird for me. Because again, I shotgun all of Emio, replaying it between streams for footage. So the details might be a little fuzzy, but I think I remember enough that I should be able to operate today. Will I operate at full capacity? Probably not. But I'll operate. Sometime after Workaholic and Renegade Detective raced away from us. I brought water, Incompetent. You should drink some too, said the girl, offering up a canteen with the grace of a goddess. I'm having to examine the same thing 30 times. It's peak though. It is. It's still peak though. Thanks, Bookworm. I'm glad there was a tap. Our water supply just ran out. As we are supposedly on some sort of hangar, the water line here is likely used to service the machinery, the girl conjectured. I see. This hits the spot. It's a bit warm though, but I guess that makes sense, given where we are. Hydration flows through my parched body. My fuzzy thoughts grow a bit sharper. Don't forget, chat, too. Let your fuzzy thoughts grow sharp by drinking a little bit of water. But we still don't have a plan for what to do next. Techie looks downcast in particular. No surprise, considering Renegade's behavior towards him and his role in Armor's death. Posh is unusually quick to push forward, but Posh is usually quick to push forward, but she has gone silent right now. Hey, Posh, we should be able to save everyone by using this helipad to get us above ground. If our prospects look good come morning, let's head up and call for help. I'm sure we'd be able to find at least one transmitter over at Snark's. Very well. Perhaps that's not such a terrible idea. Posh sighs broodingly, then looks into my eyes with a resolute expression. Incompetent, you take the others up to the surface. Wait, what about you, Posh? I will pursue Workaholic and Renegade Detective. As a detective myself, I cannot capitulate just yet, even if it means I must go alone. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over. Well, we had a good run. They know of a secret passage, so by all logic, they should have absconded from the heliport by now. GG's. But they haven't, meaning they must have some agenda. I can't afford to laze about knowing that. Hold on. That's too dangerous. I recall Workaholic's advice. Unlike him and Renegade, I don't have the kind of conviction it takes to kill in order to achieve my goals. Listen to Incompetent. We should just stop involving ourselves in this business. Techie situates himself between Posh and myself before continuing. To tell you the truth, I originally hadn't planned to take part in this case. Huh? What do you mean by that? We were all summoned here by the Detective Alliance. What's this about not planning to take part? My mentor, Detective Gentleman, was the one who actually got requested. I couldn't stomach seeing him reject it, so I offered to go in his stead. Who'd have thought things would turn out like this? Detective Gentleman?
I know the name. His rank is lower than mine, but his abilities have to be on par with that of ideals. He's quite formidable. I had heard he had a favorite pupil. I'm quite surprised to discover it's you, Techie. He truly is a gifted detective.
Kind of having the thought cross my mind that Detective Gentleman and Techie are basically just Layton and Luke. Am I basing this solely off the name of Detective Gentleman? Yes. I wasn't even looking at chat. Me and Rui had the same idea.
Yeah, he could be the nation's best if he applied himself. But all he thinks about is women. It was a romantic getaway that called him away this time. So I decided I'd take his place and help you all out, but it's all thanks to my meddling, that armor. It wasn't your fault, Techie. Armor got swept up in my ability, so technically... That isn't true. If I had caught on to Renegade Detective's plan, we could have avoided further bloodshed. If only I was as strong as my mentor.
I understand Techie's feelings to a painful degree. I still can't forget the moment Holmes was killed right before my eyes. No matter how much we grovel or repent, the dead can never answer or rebuke us. So in turn, we lash out at ourselves.
Well, I wouldn't say never, but I suppose your case is the exception here.
Yeah, and I'm grateful for that. If I hadn't run into you on this island, I'd have kept dragging my regrets with me until my dying breath.
Sounds about right. I hate to sound like a certain maverick, but one cannot help but feel responsible for the death of another. You're the only one who can raise Techie's spirits. Go on then. Have a word with him.
You really think I could help? Like Workaholic said, I don't even have the resolve to kill someone.
Taking a life is proof of one's resolve? Now you're making me laugh. Even a child can kill if given the proper tools. He's throwing around such bombastic words, but the matter is much simpler than that, really.
Simpler? How so?
It's a means to avoid accountability. The longer one lives, the greater the obligations one takes on, and the harder they become to cast aside. But is throwing it all away truly a mark of resolve? Is breaking rules courageous when rules exist to grant self-restraint and preserve order in society? Without rules, we're no more than wild beasts. No one sees a beast hunting prey on instinct and considers it courageous, Watto.
Holmes's words serve to organize my thoughts, which have been in disarray for some time. She's absolutely correct. I thought I was pathetic for my lack of resolve, but if killing is what it takes to display it, then I don't need it. I don't want to be a detective who slaughters the guilty. I want to be a legendary sleuth who eases others' suffering. Like the kind I see in books. I'm sorry. I let someone else's comments get the better of me again.
Worry is a telltale sign of an obstacle that one ought to overcome. To me, true bravery is someone like you, Watto. Even if others deny it, I never will. I will affirm all that I believe about you. So keep a stiff upper lip. There are words which only you, incompetent detective, have the power to say. Of this, I'm certain.
You have to not see Rules card in chapter 4. True, I miss it. Well, okay, technically he shows up, but like not nearly enough. But I get it. That was an important chapter. Anyway, that's all Holmes says before she vanishes like a puff of smoke. This must be the downtime her consciousness occasionally lapses into. Something akin to sleep. She'll be gone for a few hours. She drops all of that on me before immediately taking a nap. What a pain in the butt. I let out a sigh and raise my head up. Let's all keep moving forward, Techie. If you let yourself wallow now, you'll carry those regrets your whole life.
Incompetent? How do you do it? How do you stay so strong? Workaholic and Renegade Detective kill like it's second nature to them.
Imagine Ideal's doors loud as fuck. Watto never gets a moment's peace in his head. Hearing her fucking snoring.
You could easily die by getting involved with them. So how? It's all quite terrifying. There's no denying that. But we didn't come to this island on holiday to have some jolly, carefree vacation and head home. We're here for one singular purpose: to discover the truth behind the quartering Duke. Regardless of their true intentions, it's clear our two outlaws possess some connection to the Duke. If we don't give chase now, the proud Pinkerton name will be forever tarnished.
Leave it to Posh to beat me to the punch. I smile wryly, then continue speaking directly at Teki. Years ago, I failed to save a friend who died right in front of me. The trauma was so intense, I still have nightmares about it to this day. Keep it up and you'll never be able to forgive yourself, got it? I understand what you're going through right now, Teki. Believe me. You don't need to forget and move on. That's asking too much. All you can do is acknowledge those feelings of yours and keep going forward. But I know it isn't easy. That's why you're so conflicted after all.
My body has been like this ever since I was born. For all that time, I've always felt like a burden to others. So if me being a detective makes me a liability too,
You're still our friend, Teki. We value you more than you know.
If you're a nuisance, then that red-headed crone is going straight to hell for oppressive idiocy.
So don't sweat it, the girl chimed in gently. True.
Just who are you referring to? You haven't given no quarter should that have been directed towards me, are we clear? My goodness me. But yes, Bookworm makes a valid point. Both Incompetent and myself have caused far more trouble than you, Teki. But ultimately, your shortcomings are my responsibility as our chief. You've nothing to be concerned about.
Oh my god, I fell off. Sorry. That's the first time Gourmet's showed up today, and again, been in an entirely different world the past couple of days. So, you know?
If you hadn't been here, that poison would have done us in a long, long time ago. Stop focusing on what's been lost and recognize the lives you've saved. The way I see it, that's our duty as survivors. Teki, I lost my family because of the way I am. That's why, when Armor died, I kept thinking, not again. Because I felt like I caused the death of someone close to me once again. I was going to separate myself and stay back in this room by myself, but what Incompetent said made me realize something. I have an obligation to take responsibility for the lives I couldn't save. Bowing out now would only be running away from that. An obligation to those you couldn't save?
Ilfil's got the right idea. I know it's difficult, so why don't we shoulder that responsibility together? Man, it really has been a few days because, like, I know it's not the case because all the sprites have been this way for the past 15 minutes, but I could have sworn Teki's eye colors were the other way around. But this is just my memory lapsing because, again, I've been busy. A lot of things happening. Her tits are out to more of an egregious degree than most Danganronpa characters, but I forgive her because I like this game. And also, she's Slay. Let's not forget. Gourmet, more like Gore Slay. Man, I'm on top of it today.
Incompetent.
Teki wipes away his tears using the sleeve of his lab coat, and then looks up. His eyes and nose are still red from crying, but his face shows no sign of doubt. His pupils are as clear as the cloudless blue sky.
Everyone, I'm sorry I was weak. I'm going to keep going with all of you. We'll catch the Duke together, I swear.
Teki, we're happy to have you.
How befitting that I, your chief, can provide such incomparably effective motivation and encouragement. Very well, let's divide into two groups. One to head to the surface alongside the helipad, and another to... Oh, we shouldn't do that. Pardon?
Becky rejects Posh's orders outright.
When I raised the helipad to the surface earlier, I attached one of the security cameras we use in the manor and saw this.
Becky shows the screen of his tablet. Oh shit, a white guy. That's the SPX that killed Ideal. Why is it by the heliport? Actually, decidedly not the white one. The lighting and the briefness of the video made it just look like that.
It could be a trap. Maybe set by someone who assumed we'd ride the helipad above ground. At any rate, if we head up there without a plan, there's a good chance we'd all be killed.
Really? Really? I mean, they can say it, but like, I can't repeat it.
I beg your pardon, so we've no choice but to press on? Maybe the Duke's hinting that we should.
Exactly. Rui, I think, is like one of the only ones here that can say it.
I swear I'll make him regret everything he's done, said the girl, spitting out the words as she cursed the unseen fiend. Regardless, I had intended to stay the course from the beginning. Let us be off then. We must chase after these two. Wait, Posh. There could be more traps up ahead. Don't you think we should rest here for now? We don't know if we'll have another chance.
Yeah, I'm with Doleful. We've been through a lot today. I'm sure fatigue will catch up with us soon enough. How about we call it a day here, Posh? It'll be too dangerous to keep moving while we're this exhausted.
That's precisely why the common folk are so ineffectual. As with everything else, my stamina is also first class. I shall press ahead by myself.
You Timorius milksops made weird. I know it's not, but I feel like I was just called a slur. As she speaks, Posh climbs to her feet. What's wrong with her? Are you alright? You tripped over nothing. See? You're exhausted too.
Beg pardon? I'm not in the least bit tired. Imagine if Renegade were to escape while we waste time dawdling about.
Fucking girl who goes egads. You see now why she just keeps proving herself to be my best girl.
My mind is set. It is with a determined spirit that I shall forge on.
Oh man, now I've done it. All that did was rile her up more. Communication sure isn't easy. I can't tell if she's from 1930 or 2030.
Hey Posh, I'd also like to keep going, but can I be allowed to rest for today? Sorry to make this about me, your subordinate, but we're up against two cold-blooded killers. I'd be afraid to face them at less than full strength. Why, of course, my underling! After all, prioritizing the well-being of one's lackeys is the mark of a true leader. My, how benevolent I am! Say, Doleful, you ain't pretty good at handling Posh. You sure are a smart cookie. Perturbingly done, Mr. Botched Bangs.
Jesus, girl! You didn't have to kill him like that, but you can't call him that to his face, bookworm. With that, the group decides to get some sleep in the underground hangar. The air is pleasantly warm, making the room just the right temperature. We'll be able to get plenty of rest, even without any blankets. We all drink a little water, then lie down to sleep, as if toppled by our exhaustion. After resting for the night, we set off down the passage in pursuit of Workaholic and Renegade Detective. Informal pursuit in the size but lacks courage, I see. The more you know. Every visual novel gotta have Every visual novel gotta have at least 3 words from their word-a-day calendar in there somewhere.
How many of these identical tunnels have we seen by now? I'm getting sick of this. No need to complain. This is a dwelling from long ago that has been repurposed. Areas that didn't need remodeling were likely left as is. Building a facility this far underground, the former inhabitants were truly foolish, as were the members of the secret police.
I know they constructed all of this here to be discreet, but the SP sure didn't make things easy for themselves, huh? I'm totally accustomed to having homes inside my head now. We continue conversing until we come across a shuttered gate. Must have arrived at the next facility.
Dolphin, sense any danger? We're good. I'm not picking up on anything from the other side.
Dolphin touches the shutter and makes his report, after which Posh approaches it.
Very well. I, your illustrious chief, shall throw open this gate. There may be a trap, so stand back, everyone.
I consider taking your place, but the gnomon isn't giving any reaction. So instead, I'll just keep quiet and let our chief handle this.
The way be cleared. Oof!
How every environment patch chapter 2 looks kind of the same. Yeah, like, environment budget was in fact $10. However, you know, the writing is so good and the character designs are so poppy that, you know, we can let it slide. Posh lifts up the shutter while making distinctly undignified noises. For a moment, I think my vision's gone completely black, but then... Oh, well, here we go. Here we go, Rui, you know? We were just... we let out a little complaint and we get a new place. The lighting reveals an entryway to what appears to be some sort of hospital. New track as well. With a funky bass line.
Automatic lights? Here? But why?
There's no trace of life in this cold, artificial place. A synthetic scent of vinyl hangs in the air, completely unlike the earthiness of the maze. Judging by the great deal of chatter as our eyes glaze about the room, everyone seems to recognize this place, to some extent.
What's all this, then? It looks awfully similar to the research facility entrance we saw the other day. Not just similar, it's identical, the sole exception being the lack of windows, said the girl, comparing the scene to her memory. Still, none of that delicious fresh air, though. We must still be underground. You think that elevator is working? If so, Renegade Workaholic might have gone up to the surface. The button isn't responding. Either it's broken, or the power's been cut. Judging by the incline of our path here, this must be the basement of the research facility. Maybe the elevator could take us back up?
Nice. So all we need to do is fix the elevator and we can get above ground, right?
One problem, though. There may be traps similar to what we've encountered before. I think we're safe for now. Unlike the other areas, I'm not sensing any threats here. As long as we keep our eyes peeled for our 2 runaways, things should be fine, right? Not that we should let our guard down.
Well, still a relief, considering what an ordeal this has all been so far. Looking at the D-pad's map, this area seems to only have 1 floor. It's totally isolated from the main complex. Like a remote island, except subterranean. Posh, why don't we sweep this place to start? Maybe we'll figure out what Workaholic and Renegade are trying to accomplish.
That's what I intended to do, obviously. Even that pesky Renegade will think twice before meddling with a group as large as ours. Now let's move forward. Follow my lead, everyone.
Yeah, the purple floors are nice, you know, no bias here, no bias here. Thus, we begin our investigation of the underground research facility with Posh at the helm.
Goodness, it's roasting in here. What on earth is this place? The temperature is nearly as bad as it was in the labyrinth.
It's way hotter than when we slept in the hangar yesterday. Maybe these narrow spaces end up trapping hot air inside.
We're from a cold country. The heat and I don't mix well, suffice it to say. Do you think this place has air conditioning? Oh, don't worry. I'm in the process of creating a specialized cooling friend. Breezy Breezy. By the time you're finished, we'll have a roasted goose to go with it, quipped the girl, dutifully fulfilling her role as snarker, despite the swelter. Oh, check it out! This room has AC. Really? Let's head in!
We enter the lab and immediately hone in on the AC's remote, quickly cranking the fan to max and adjusting the temperature to its lowest setting. Dude. That's like 3 new environments in the span of... That's like 3 new environmental rooms in the span of 5 minutes. They did hear me. They did hear me. That's scary. I'm alive again. The AC pleasantly cools my flushed skin. It's got considerable power and a strong airflow, chilling the room in no time. I mean, this is a very normal thing to do. I feel with lower budget games, you let it sag a little bit in the middle before, you know, doing a lot more in the third act. I feel like I see that done a lot.
My, how I adore air conditioners. Fans truly are old hat. I've certainly got to install a unit in my office upon my return.
Man, I feel ya. The agency I work for is practically broke, so fans are our only option. Can I just turn it on by itself, or did I already forget something?
Lumping your penniless place of employment in with mine. The nerve! My office simply prefers a more antiquated aesthetic. Do not misunderstand. Incompetent detective.
Bookworm repeatedly tugs at my sleeve, and I turn to face her. She looks frightened, shrinking close to me as she gestures to one of the many PCs lining the rows of desks. I then notice that one of the PC's monitors has flickered to life.
Over there. The computer just turned on all of a sudden.
Huh. That's weird. No one even touched it. I check out the screen with Techie and see a login prompt display. Techie gleefully takes charge of the situation, already seeming to have an answer.
Among all the powered-off computers was this one, which was only asleep. I'm assuming it was set to wake when its mouse was moved.
Powering on the AC shook the mouse's cord a bit, and that was enough to turn it on. That happens to me at home sometimes, too.
How powerful is your AC, dog? So it wasn't psychokinesis then? Asked the girl, dropping the frightened act she had put on for the sole purpose of messing with incompetence.
Was she always this funny? Yep, so no need to be scared. Ouch! Yes, it just feels like a bit more. It just feels like a bit more right now than it was before. Using all her might, Bookworm delivers a sudden kick to my shin. What the heck? I didn't think I said anything off-putting.
Wait a sec. If that computer was in sleep mode, then that means someone was just using it? You're probably right. And I'm willing to bet it was either Renegade or Workaholic. The question is, what were they looking up? We're going to have to find out.
Gourmet sticks her nose and boobs close to the keyboard and sniffs. Then, for some reason, she begins licking the keys. Gourmet, what are you doing?
Investigating, clearly. Our mysterious suspect X would have used the keyboard to type the PC's password earlier. My trusty taste buds could detect even the faintest traces of oil left behind on those keys. Just trust me, it'll only take a bit.
Girl! Sorry! Keep up the good work! She's such a freak. But she's you know, she's real for that though. Why did it zoom in so close this time? Back it up. Back that shit up. That would have been really unfortunate if I if I didn't have the tax box up, because that would have just zoomed it straight into her boobs full res. That was dicey. We wait in silence to hear the results of Gourmet's analysis. After 5 minutes, her thorough taste test is complete. Just realized her scar's on the wrong side. Yeah, this happens sometimes when you flip the sprites, I suppose. But this also happens in Mad Rat Dead with Mad Rat's like scar on his stomach, I think. They just didn't change the positioning.
When using this keyboard, I believe Suspect X has touched 6 keys. A, D, E, H, T, and Y. I did taste and smell additional sebum on other keys, but the flavor of those 6 was strongest. The culprit must have been careful to avoid typos.
Thank you. I hope you don't get sick from that. Every series needs one character, all the writers hoarding energy has to go directly to. This is true. I got me one of those as well. I just haven't written enough all bets are off yet, you know.
Oh, this is nothing. But you have a point. Keyboards are breeding grounds for germs, so don't try this at home, kids. Tremendous effort, Gourmet. Let's type in ADEHTY right away. Wait, I think Gourmet was just listing them alphabetically. I don't think typing them in order will do us any good. A 6-letter password. Even with my cracking software, it'd still take half a day to recover. If the password is something with actual meaning, then it may be a good idea to create some options using those 6 letters.
A password with meaning, huh? ADEHTY. Death immediately springs to mind, but that leaves out the Y. No, Ami was completely right. It's Deathy. Ooh, the Deathy is happening. Maybe stick the Y onto the end of death, making an adjective. Deathy? Also, there's just a crack in the floor. There's multiple cracks in the floor, actually. This place might not be the most stable place, but it's fine. We don't have to worry about it just yet.
How like the common folk to suggest such a vulgar, ludicrous notion? That is most certainly not the password. Rather, it's Y followed by death. Lie death. In other words, questioning one's imminent fate in an abbreviated form. Why death?
She's awesome.
Whoever set this access code clearly exhibits a mastery of English internet shorthand. A clever, artful password worthy of Lewis Carroll himself.
Girl. Girl, I love you.
Anyway, the password is the day, shared the girl, announcing the correct answer.
The day? Like the day must go on?
Huh?
The day? What day? Bookworm gazes at our perplexed faces and sighs before beginning her explanation.
The organization known as the Dayless Night likely derives its name from a line heard in William Shakespeare's Macbeth. The full quote is, "The night is long that never finds the day." In other words, there is little hope in the dark uncertainty of night. If the DA's goal is to stop the Dayless Night, could you imagine a more fitting password? Explained the girl to her clueless seniors.
This is true also, you know. DA, you say that fast enough, it's like DA, day.
You're amazing, Bookworm. That's gotta be it. Certainly a better guess than why death, said the girl, thinly veiling her derision. You ninny!
Why me? Posh slaps me for some reason.
And bingo! We're in! You're trusty as ever, Bookworm.
Techie sits triumphantly before the monitor, but almost immediately, his face clouds over.
Take a look at this. Seems whoever had been logged on to this PC left in a hurry. Their files are still open. Maybe they're using it right before we came and panicked once they noticed us?
This looks like a detective's database. Can you tell what they were looking at? It must have been something they'd risk getting caught for.
Let me attempt to retrieve the data that was more recently accessed. Give me a minute.
The keyboard clatters as Techie gets to work. Then a few moments later,
From what I gather, the actual files they were looking at have been transferred and removed. I can at least tell what they were about, though. Okay, I know, I was going a little crazy, because now okay.
notice. Sorry, just looking at the sprites. What kind of data did they take then?
Information pertaining to the Renegade Detective, along with documents concerning the collar he has attached to his neck.
They wouldn't establish the bomb if we didn't blow up the bomb, that's all I'm saying.
That collar, it's the same device Workaholic mentioned, right? When it detonates when certain conditions are met?
For what purpose did the person using this computer need that information? Did Renegade Detective take it in hopes of removing his collar, or does Workaholic intend to trigger the explosion somehow? Mysteries just keep compounding. We checked the rest of the units, but nothing of note has been left behind. Layouts of the other rooms are nearly identical and similarly turn up nothing. We do, however, get the AC running in all of them, greatly reducing the floor's overall humidity and making the area much more pleasant to be in. We continue searching similar rooms for some time. Seems this one's the exact same as the first, huh? Even the same cracks in the floor. As far as I can tell, this computer lab is like all the others we've searched until now. It's been several hours since we began this fruitless investigation, and the exhaustion is showing on everyone's faces. However, there's something in this room that sets it apart from the rest.
Wait, I recognize that scent. Doesn't it smell like those rubber wristbands?
What are you talking about? Dolphin motions to a desk where a cardboard box filled with rubber bands has been placed. Why on earth is this here?
Oh, right. Incompetent wouldn't know about those. Apparently, it's a rule that any visitors to Snarks need to wear one of those bands, since they serve as key cards. I'm sure they also help to distinguish between employees, guests, and any potential trespassers. We've also got our own bands. You should take one too, Incompetent. I bet it'll come in handy.
Oh, okay. Let me grab one then. I take a wristband from the box and slip it into my pocket.
There's no indication that anyone's accessed this PC.
Man, putting Bookworm and Posh next to each other is so funny. She is barely taller than this child.
No sign of a break-in or any other disturbances. Going by my recollection, this room's no different from the last, said the girl, thoroughly annoyed. Very well, on to the next. A proper detective must always look forward. There's little time to fret or idle about. So many books, the girl exclaimed, her eyes shining with joy. There are plenty of old records that we didn't see above ground. I wonder if Workaholic and Renegade could be looking for these.
I don't spot any electronics here, though. Let's check the other rooms first and come back once we've finished.
The girl shoots a look of protest at the oafish boy. Sorry, Bookworm. I promise we'll come right back, okay?
Dude, there's so many cracks in the floor and walls and stuff. Jeez.
Yeah, I found it. This is the distribution board.
We're in luck. Just after leaving the archive, we come upon the apparatus we've been seeking. Looks like a metal box embedded in the wall. We open it to see a large circuit breaker, just like any house would have, jutting from the center.
Ah, so this is a distribution board.
Yeah, I've seen them in apartments too. What does it do anyway?
Well, in a word, it distributes electricity, like the name implies. It takes streams of energy from power lines and dispenses it through the facility. It also lets you cut off the electrical current. If I flip the hallway's breaker switch like so...
Oh, the lights went out. Now they're back on.
By operating the breakers like this, you can control the power individual locations receive. The breakers also switch off when you use too much electricity, right? It'd be fine for the AC to be on full blast in every room. We're not done investigating, so I can't say for sure. But the breakers should function the same as household ones and cut off the power if they get overloaded with electricity. You really do know everything, Techie. I wanted to use more voltage at home, so I modded the breakers to have no cutoff. That helped me pick up a few things. Talk about perseverance.
Passion is the greatest motivator when it comes to learning, but I'm almost positive doing that constitutes a crime. It has to.
I'm going to spend some time working on this distribution board. Hopefully I can figure out why the elevator function.
Oh my god, I just cannot speak today. What the hell is happening?
Hopefully I can figure out why the elevator button's malfunctioning.
I'm just seeing words where there ain't any.
It'll be easy for a while, so feel free to take it easy for a bit.
No, I'd feel bad if we were the only ones arrested. We could just keep you company.
Yeah, Renegade Detective is taking an interest in you, Techie. You could be attacked. True, but it's hard for me to concentrate with so many people around. I feel just awful about it myself, but if you insist, we ladies shall excuse ourselves for the time being. Au revoir! Incidentally, I came across a shower room earlier. Being a woman of elegance, I would very much like to cleanse myself of this grime post-haste.
Oh, alright. We'll wait here while you...
You will be coming as well!
Wait, huh? What? It ends up falling on me to keep watch while the female detectives shower. They're defenseless in there, so having a guy guard the outside makes sense. Not sure why they thought to pick me, though. Honorary girl, true.
Perhaps it's proof they fancy you the manliest out one here. Take pride. Or you know, honorary girl.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Jackie's just a kid, and Dolphin's a bit on the androgynous side.
Now then, shall we be off, Watto?
Huh? Off where? I'm supposed to be keeping watch right here.
Playing coy, are you?
I'm not, I swear.
We're going to peek into the showers, naturally.
You know, I'm really glad I held my tongue. I'm really glad I held my tongue before I said anything, because I was going to say, if this was Danganronpa. but then as it turns out, we got lesbian ghost in our head. Excuse me, miss? I immediately blurted out my reply. She's a legendary detective, sure, but what in the world is she getting at?
You mustn't underestimate a lady, Watto. Be it an ancient tome, light novel, or even a comic book. I'll read anything that involves a mystery. And given the circumstances, I believe it's only proper that you go have yourself a gander.
Hold on, this isn't like you at all. Isn't that just a trope in anime? I mean, you're a girl too. Shouldn't you hate peeping toms?
Watto, I'm bisexual.
Oh, she's bisexual. I didn't know that.
Naturally. I wish they'd all perish.
Don't make me be one! Once again, I find myself shouting out loud. How could a legendary detective even suggest something like this?
Don't worry. I have a great idea.
Just hearing you say that worries me. What is it?
The denouement is meant for preventing tragedies, and the peeping Tom's fate always ends in tragedy. See where I'm going with this?
Oh my goodness gracious. This is exceedingly out of character, but it's also incredibly funny, so I'll give it a pass. No, and I don't want to anyway.
I'll be frank. Now that I brought this up, I simply can't contain my intellectual curiosity. So please, try peeping on them with the denouement. For me?
Ideal, you can walk through walls, disappear, and fly! Do it yourself!
Come on, quit it! I said I don't wanna! I'm aiming to become a detective sworn to justice. I can't just go around peeping.
Wait, don't tell me. This feeling, it's
Hook, line, and sinker. I've purposely stood with the showers to my back this entire time. As you argued with me, you unconsciously processed the room as visual information. And now you're considering the possibility of taking a look. The conditions were met for the denouement to activate, so naturally, it did just that.
You set me up! The next moment, my vision flickers. Fucking gourmet's bazongers are fucking out.
Say, you're close to incompetent, Posh. What do you think of him? And why, pray tell, would I deign to think of that plebeian? I think he's a wonderful boy. He's a hard worker with laser focus when it comes to his objectives. Not to mention, he's always looking out for others. That boy's an utterly worthless neophyte. A true gentleman ought to be more polished and gallant. Someone righteous, like my forebears.
Freddy Forebear.
You're being too harsh. I won't forgive you if you keep bad-mouthing him, the girl said, glowering at Posh. Apologies. I did not mean to offend. Naturally, being a fellow detective with the same goals in mind, I do trust him completely. I would say he's even managed to save us. After all, I am keenly aware of how unfit I am to serve as chief. My lackluster ability certainly leaves something to be desired. With the loss of Holmes, it only stands to reason that the responsibility should fall upon my shoulders. As chief, I alone am accountable for what occurs on this island. In doing so, the rest of you may continue the investigation free of such worry.
My voice inadvertently slips out of Posh's confession. So this is why she's so fixated on being our chief. I see her in a completely new light now. Genuinely, Gourmet looks so pretty here. Yeah. Yeah.
Why, pray tell, is our guard not at his post? You've really done it this time, incompetent. Better get your affairs in order. I was right. You really do have a proclivity for the prepubescent, said the girl, shattering her good opinion of incompetent detective.
Wait!
You cretin, you!
Posh's clenched fist hammers directly into my face. I hear the sound of a bone snapping.
Welcome back. My, but that looked rough. To think, they would actually kill you. What a fascinating experience for you. Though clearly, peeping in the shower is not a good idea.
We need a moment. My head is pounding. My vision is skewered. And my nose won't stop bleeding. What in the world is happening to me?
Oh, my apologies. Your brain is in turmoil after witnessing its own unexpected demise. While may only be a premonition, information about your own death puts a heavy burden on your psyche. Be more mindful from now on, okay? I hit you. I wish you could. At least it would mean you can touch me.
Holmes giggles with pure, unadulterated delight. After spending so much time with her, I've come to realize she's childlike, mischievous, and more fraught with negative traits than I thought. She's an absolute nuisance, but oddly enough, I find that side of her to be as charming as anything. Bisexual as ideal detective. It's so true. Ultimately, my heart's been completely enraptured by this woman, Saika Sharonfold Holmes.
Your nose is bloodied and your breath is awfully ragged. Just what have you been up to?
Huh? I look up to see Posh and the others. They must be done showering. I faintly catch the pleasant smell of shampoo. The shower sounds nice. I think I'll take one myself later. Right now, though, the real issue is how I appear. Breathing hard near a shower, nose bleeding. That's not good. In fact, it looks absolutely criminal. No, you've got it all wrong.
You cretin, you!
Ow! Posh chops me squarely on the head. It stings, but I'm overjoyed that it doesn't kill me. We live today. Victim of this chapter, incompetent. I mean, ain't that always the case? If we're not being accused of murder, we're being thrown into some gag where our credibility is flushed down a toilet. We continue combing every inch of the facility while Techie works on the distribution board. But despite our best efforts, we can't find any trace of Workaholic or Renegade Detective, both of whom should have beaten us here. What role am I playing? The fucking victim? True. Since the elevator isn't working, they must still be here somewhere. It's definitely odd, though. In such an enclosed space, where could they have gone?
Gourmet, perhaps that nose of yours could pinpoint Renegade's whereabouts? Sorry, I can differentiate between the smells of objects I've tasted before, like steel, rubber, or oil. But a human's odor is just too complex.
Girl out here eating tires. Gourmet be like, we out of tires. If you know the image, you know the image.
Not to mention our scents have all intermingled. Rowdy might have been able to pull off a feat like that, but I certainly can't. Either way, making yourself untraceable is a skill vital to any detective. If first-rate sleuths like Renegade and Workaholic fully commit to staying concealed, locating them definitely won't be a cakewalk.
Oh, I accidentally hit my bad, wrong button. I was like, uh-oh. But we're good, we're good. On that note, been about an hour. Let me save. Those two are probably somewhere we can't access or wouldn't even think to look. Our option may be to wait for an opportunity.
Surely they must have holed themselves up, waiting for the elevator to be fixed? The gall! Hush, how about you and me take another look through the halls and see if we can't find where they're hiding? My nose and your aesthetic eye go together like butter and potatoes. The perfect combination.
They are so Yuri. It's actually fucking incredible.
What are you calling a buttered potato? I care not which ingredient I am. Your analogy is detestable. At least consider us shrimp and mayonnaise. Naturally, I am the shrimp.
Girls like, can I be the shrimp? She's always so picky about the randomest little things. Why would you want to be the shrimp? Clearly, it's because she's played Somnium Files and she knows how great Aiba is.
Well, what should we do? The girl asked, bringing a hand to her chin in contemplation.
Why don't we check out the archives we glanced at earlier? The secret police might have left some info about that kidnapping incident 10 years ago.
A clever idea by your standards. We may even learn the secrets behind that invincible detective Workaholic mentioned, said the girl with a smile.
We head to the archives and start rummaging through the mountains of books filing the shelves. The place is clearly in need of some tidying up. The slightest touch sends particles into the air of the stuffy room. This is gonna be a struggle. So much dust! Nobody's cleaned this place in ages!
These poor books. Even at a first glance, I can tell many of them are precious works, said the girl, sharing her dismay as an avid reader.
All this dust proves that Workaholic and Renegade Detective have yet to finish searching. Whatever they're looking for could still be in here. This room may have a clue like the missing data on that computer. We have to find it before either of them do. With this much to sift through, even a full day of work wouldn't be enough to finish. I hold back a sigh as I look at the shelves. We don't even know how the books are organized. Picking out secret police documents from all this is a tall order. I begin to dread how much time this will take. Bookworm, on the other hand.
No, this one's no good. It's not even in Japanese. There's no point in reading it. This was no good either. Rejected. Worthless.
She's beside me, taking books off the shelves and flipping through them. She mutters a comment about each one as she stacks them on the table. Her speed is remarkable. She spends only about a dozen or so seconds per book. All I can do is stare, incredulous at the sight. Sorry, just we're going through the book so fast. Just, just reminded me of a bit from The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, where Knuckles is like, Espio is incredibly petty. One time he speed read through a book I was reading just to spoil the ending. And I just imagine Bookworm doing that to Punch.
Bookworm, you're going so fast. Can you really read it all like that? You still can't speed read at your age? Queried the girl in utter disbelief.
Age has nothing to do with it. I don't think many people can speed read, period. In fact, I'm willing to bet a lot of people don't even know the technique exists to begin with.
Well, I'll teach you once we're off this island. It isn't hard, the girl said with a radiant smile.
Thanks, Bookworm. Now I'll have something to work on once we find our way out of here.
At any rate, reading is my specialty, so leave it to me. Just focus on finding the important books, the girl ordered before resuming her task.
Gotcha. Thanks for handling the hard part. Whenever I find anything about the secret police or something that could contain old information, I stack it near Bookworm. She goes from cover to cover faster than I can find them. I can't keep up at all.
Still trying to find the next one? Asked the girl, repeatedly opening and closing the book to spur him on.
Sorry, just a sec. It's hard to know which volumes might be useful.
Good grief, huffed the girl, rising to her feet. Clearly this all rested on her shoulders.
We got the Bookworm yada yada soundbite, by the way. Just wanted to sit with that for a second. Awesome. Bookworm stands in place, idly scanning the shelves from one end to the other.
The girl gestured to the center of the shelf. Perhaps you should try looking there, she said, kindly offering her guidance.
Huh?
It may seem chaotic at first glance, but there's a logic behind the archive's arrangement. Deterioration of the book spines indicates this shelf is arranged from oldest to newest. The worn volumes on the left must be from older investigations. Secret police files we're after are 10 years old. If these archives are ordered chronologically, finding them should be easy, explained the girl.
Wow, you're right. They really are different. The spines of the volumes in Bookworm's hands are practically two completely separate colors. I get it now. The titles didn't indicate any sequential order, which confused me a bit, but now I realize they're sorted by year of registration. Nice catch. They don't call you Bookworm for nothing.
Please, it's just common sense. You're a detective. Haven't you done research at a library before? Asked the girl with a sigh.
Sorry, I use my school's library, but
That does it. Once we're out of here, you're joining me for some first-hand library experience. No exaggeration to call reading exercise for the mind. I'll be there to ensure your brain won't pull any muscles, the girl said with a smirk.
thanks. I'll be looking forward to it. We get back to it. I gathered the books and Bookworm reads them. Many cover the SP, but the key sections are often blacked out. Time passes and we learn nothing new. But as the volumes begin to pile up across the table, our luck finally seems to turn around. Thank you for getting that, Ollie.
What?
Bookworm raises her voice in a startled yelp. What's wrong, Bookworm? You find something?
Yes, I believe I've come upon a record of the secret police's past experiments. While most of the pages have been redacted, there's a legible section regarding an ideal detective. What it reads is nothing short of peculiar.
Huh? What do you mean? Does it say something weird about Holmes? Like how she has a tendency to, like, break out into, like, being a peeping Tom for some reason? Bookworm shakes her head.
Actually, this detective is named Wato Hojo. The text seems to imply he's deceased. Does that make the ideal detective we knew the second one?
Hey, wait a minute. What?
May I take a look?
I hurriedly grabbed the book, scanning over the page in question.
Wato Hojo, my name is right there, plain as day.
Wait, so I'm ideal detective? This is meant to be some kind of joke. I'm definitely not laughing.
Watto Hojo awakened during experimental trial number 3. Subject was expected to develop as ideal detective, but died in combat against an SPX during trial 5. What is this? I read the section over and over, believing I must be mistaken, but I'm not. Any post-death information has been redacted, but I can't read it, but it's clear that I was treated as the ideal detective. What does this mean? My heart pounds. I don't even notice how I've started to sweat. Anxiety burrows into my chest as if all these absurdities are just a product of my overactive imagination. Holmes, the things in this book. I reach out my mind. Holmes looks reluctant, but gravely opens her mouth to speak. So the record's still there. It would seem the Alliance judged that details regarding someone as important as you ought to be preserved. So everything that's written here is really... Yes, it's the truth. I'm the second ideal detective. In actuality, you should be calling yourself by that title. Oh? Me? But there's nothing special about me. I don't get it. What does it all mean? Hold that thought, Watto. We'll talk later. I believe you have a guest. A guest? Oh, hey. What's up? Hey, incompetent. Are you free for a chat? I look up to see Workaholic suddenly standing before me. He's holding Bookworm's limp body in his arms. Is she unconscious? What did you do to her, Workaholic? Relax. He's just taking a quick nap. You two shouldn't have read that book. Now, are you going to quietly hand it over? Workaholic draws a wire saw from his watch as he speaks. It's unmistakably a threat. He really doesn't want us reading that book. Before I do, tell me something. This says I should be ideal detective. What does it mean by that? You were there 10 years ago, so you know, don't you? No point arguing that you'd be better off not finding out. So fine, I'll tell you. But on one condition. In exchange for the truth, you have to help me kill Renegade Detective. Kill him? His nonchalant proposal nearly makes me recoil. He acts as if he's making a completely ordinary offer. Why do you want him dead so badly? Treating a human life as some sort of bargaining chip just isn't right. I mean, normally I would agree, Watto, but like, you haven't seen the guy? You only say that because you aren't aware of how terrifying he truly is, Watto Hojo. I think we're, like, pretty aware. He says my real name, making it implicitly clear that he knows everything about me. Plain to see, the Workaholic was deeply involved with those events from my past. I haven't found him yet, but he's probably listening in right this second. Things will get ugly if he learns what really happened back then. I can't just heedlessly share that information with you while he's still out there. All I need is for you to assist in detonating his collar. I swear to keep your hands clean of it, so please, lend me your cooperation. I have to send a specific message from my D-pad to Renegades to detonate the collar. Right? Why would Holmes give me that kind of authority? Wouldn't she just give it to you instead? Honestly, I had no idea. That's what made me suspicious of your background at the outset. And so it turns out that you're a survivor from those events 10 years back. If anything, I considered you as my top pick for being the quartering Duke. I remember how much distrust Workaholic regarded me with when we first met. That was because I've been on his radar from the get-go.
It's only natural, seeing as for all he knew, I could have harbored a seething hatred for the DA this entire time. But now I understand why the chief trusted you so much. I can see how earnest and driven you are. If I were more genuine, like you, I would have trusted everyone, and Rowdy wouldn't have died by my hand. Hawk's voice sounds bitter, and yet it still carries that gentle tone I know so well, making me certain his words come from the heart. There's still time, Workaholic. Come back and join us! You don't have to go to all this trouble to kill him. We can all work together and bring Renegade Detective in! I appreciate the offer, but it's too late. You even understand how much blood my transgressions have spilled. Like Renegade said, I've indirectly claimed the lives of many children. I know my past sins led to these tragedies that occurred on Morgue. In the name of those who died, I am duty-bound to stop this tragedy. Make any sacrifice and show no mercy to any in my way. Even you. I won't back down. If you set out to kill Renegade, I'll make every last effort to stop you. I've had enough of people dying in front of me while I'm powerless to rescue them. I decided to become a detective so I could save people! Say what you wish. Do you think you could stop me if I decided to kill Bookworm right now? Workaholic quietly brings the wire saw closer to Bookworm, who is still lying in his arms. My denouement hasn't kicked in, so I know he doesn't actually intend to kill her. But I'm still frozen in place, paralyzed by a thought of Bookworm dying. See? You're still powerless. You don't have the guts to get your hands dirty. Nor can you bear the guilt of leaving someone to die. With your help, I promise I can kill Renegade Detective. So why hesitate? It'll prevent any further tragedies altogether. Why wouldn't I hesitate? I don't care if he's a cold-blooded killer. That doesn't warrant taking a person's life. Isn't it a detective's job to save people? Killing to do so defeats the whole purpose. As a detective, I just can't accept it. I refuse to let him justify taking lives. Workaholic is saying it all with that gentle lilt of his, but I can only find it deeply disturbing. What would you have to undergo to speak so dispassionately about murder? You're saying that hesitating is a given. Tell me, ever heard of the famed plank of carniades? The plank of carniades? What's that? It's a simple scenario. Imagine that a boat you're on is shipwrecked and sinks, tossing you overboard. You cling to a wooden plank for dear life, waiting for help to arrive. But then, an exhausted sailor swims towards you. If you both hold on, the plank will likely sink. But to survive, you'll have to kill the other person. So what do you do? What do I do? And don't give me any of that naive, I'll find another way tribe either. You only have two choices. Kill or die. Answer. It's easy to say I'd rather die than kill to this. I want to be that kind of person, but in reality, I'd really be so heroic. Time's up. While you were busy agonizing, the sailor grabbed hold of the board and you both drowned. What's so wrong with me being torn about it? Self-preservation or not, there's no way you could just sacrifice someone else so readily! Is that so? I wonder. People aren't so noble as you believe. Downtown was so cheery, yet also a serial killer. I'm a father, but look at what's become of me. It's shocking how easily morality can go askew. Besides, that monster of a detective renegade was never a rational person to begin with. A monster? Come on! You're exaggerating. Not at all. Murder comes easily to him. As easy as purchasing a piece of candy at the store on an impulsive whim. He lacks the rationality of a normal person. It's his greatest strength. We too will need to abandon reason to take him down. At times, even detectives must have the resolve to kill. Resolve to kill. That's exactly what he said back at the underground hangar. At the time, I couldn't muster up anything in response. I was overwhelmed by his conviction. Now there's a clear counter-argument, all thanks to Holmes, who validated me when all I could do was wrestle with myself. You're right. We're probably an even match if we fight the way he does. Stoop to his level, and you're a killing maniac too. Detectives face criminals who lack all reason. That's exactly why we've got to cling to ours. That's no more than an idealization. Like I said, your type inevitably dies in an indecisive wreck, failing to save anyone. But that's exactly it! Idealization is what it's all about! Hold on, we had a disconnect. Let me pause and wait for it to reconnect. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them, but now that they're out, there's no going back. People say detectives are selfish, meddling in what it should be left to cops, right? We'll claim it's about solving cases, but it's really about our egos. An egoist free of reason is no better than a killer. The moment you lose your justice, pride, and sense of idealization, you're unfit to be a detective. I'll never become a detective like you. I'll always be incompetent, agonizing over every little detail, no matter the tragedy. Detective without a sense of idealization is no detective at all, huh? That stings in particular. I had one once. I'd talk of solving the Dayless Night incident and improving our nation. In the name of justice, I spoke ardently about it all. But I can't speak that way anymore. I'm diabolic, detective. Or perhaps just plain diabolical. Maybe I don't have any right to call myself a detective. Workaholic touches his watch and the extended wire retracts with a squeak. He then approaches me with Bookworm still unconscious in his arms. That book's impossible to decipher anyway. I'll leave it in your hands. You should try reading it now, just in case the time comes when you have nothing left to rely on. I'm sure you'll realize a few things. Workaholic hands Bookworm over to me, and I take her into my arms warily. I can hear her breathing quietly in her sleep. Thank goodness she's safe. Does this mean you believe in me? At the least, I won't deny your beliefs. My path is an evil one. It was foolish to try and get you involved. However, I don't think I'm in the wrong. I'm committed to killing Renegade, and I will not back down. I swear to end him. In time, he'll reach his goal and make it to the surface. I'll do what it takes to kill him before then. If you think you can stop me, take your shot. With that, he leaves the room. Left holding the sleeping Bookworm in my arms, my mind returns to the thought experiment Workaholic had mentioned. The plank of carniades. Either kill or survive. Yourself or die. I want to be a detective because I can't forget the sight of Saika dying right before me. I want to be a detective who can save people in those situations. That's all I can ever think about. But if I really was clinging to the plank, what would I do? I want to believe I'd have the courage to sacrifice my own life, but in all honesty, I know I'm not that strong. Holmes, whose life would you prioritize? Your own or someone else's? I ask aloud if wishing for my own salvation, but there's no response. It's the first time she's kept quiet when I've called out to her like this. Holmes? Are you sleeping? Is this when she's usually unconscious? If so, she won't wake up for hours. Something feels off about this. Something's wrong. She was awake just before Workaholic appeared, and this isn't when she usually sleeps. This is when she's usually asleep. No, I've got to be overthinking things. I'm sure she'll suddenly pop up again. Until then, I'll think over what Workaholic said. Before she went to sleep, Holmes said she was the second ideal detective, so that make me the first? How can that be true? It must be some ridiculous joke. I have no deductive or leadership skills to speak of. Also, I failed to save Saika 10 years ago. How could I ever be an ideal detective? My memory remains grainy and unclear. I've seen Saika die countless times in my dreams, but am I really remembering what happened correctly? Someone claiming to be Saika appeared in front of me. She told me I saved her. She trusted in me completely. If my memory is all a lie, could there be some truth about myself I don't know yet? Holmes? What should I believe? Tell me, Holmes. Please, say something! I stand still in the archive, speaking to an empty ceiling. And speaking. And speaking. But no one responds, no matter how much I call, ask, or beg. Holmes won't show herself to me.
My incompetent! Whatever is the matter? Why are you carrying Bookworm on your back?
Oh, she fell asleep while we were looking into things. I guess she was just that tired. I've carried Bookworm, who got knocked out by a workaholic, back to the lobby. Posh is busy working on something on the sofa. What are you doing?
I'm preparing blankets for us all. As we've yet to find any sleeping accommodation, it appears we shall be spending the night here.
At least the sofas in this lobby beat sleeping on the ground. Getting any rest in the maze was impossible. I hadn't considered our sleeping arrangement one bit, so I'm glad Posh already has a plan. Thanks, Posh. Today's been intense, so I'm gonna rest for a bit, okay? As I set Bookworm down on the sofa.
Did something occur in the archives?
Huh? That's the last question I was expecting to hear from her. Did I let something slip? I try to keep my face composed as I reply. I wouldn't want to cause any unnecessary concern. Not at all. Everything went just fine. We didn't find anything. I'm just being down on myself.
You're a dreadful liar. You look like a bumbling employee secretly trying to juggle everything without their superiors noticing.
I'm at a loss for words. Posh hit the nail on the head. She sighs deeply as I keep silent.
My goodness, this may sound odd coming from me, but perhaps you want to allow others to aid you a tad? Was it not you yourself who first encouraged me to work with everyone after I set off to solve the case, all by my lonesome?
You're right. Sorry. I don't know what to say. But this is my own personal problem. I figured I shouldn't involve anyone else. I figured I could solve things on my own.
You poor wretched fool. Dear me, proles are such simple things.
Posh guffaws, flicking my nose with her finger.
Is it clear to you now? The detective's business is all about the business of other people, you know. From adultery cases to missing pets and even murder. As a rule, our work involves those apart from ourselves.
True.
The heroic saga of our work is one of prying into the affairs of others. Am I understood? Now, tell me what happened.
Okay, fine. I tell Posh everything that just transpired. That I was listed as ideal detective. That I was written about as if I was dead. And that Workaholic appeared, wanting me to assist him in killing Renegade Detective.
That is all quite baffling indeed, but does it not make sense to assume you were the original ideal detective and Holmes the second?
Maybe, but I hardly remember a single thing that happened back then. All I can recall from 10 years ago, it was a girl identical to Holmes dying in front of me. And now I'm ideal detective? It's too weird.
That was all in your dreams, was it not? Isn't it common for dreams to stray somewhat from reality?
Yeah, but I don't think it was all just a dream. Saika's death has burned too powerfully, too
too vividly into my brain. My word, you get far too mulish about the oldest of things, the oddest of things. But if you insist, then I shall believe you as well. Even still, it would clarify a few things if you were suffering from memory loss.
Clarify what things exactly?
Well, for starters, the reason Ideal Detective treated you the way she did. You aren't hiding anything or lying, yes? You truly have no special abilities?
It stings when she puts it so bluntly, but it's the truth, so I reply with a nod.
Ever since my early days, I've been exposed to genuine articles. I swear by my aesthetic eye, for I can see the authenticity in all things. That's why it's been clear from the first glance that you possess none of a detective's wits. As your name says, you are truly incompetent.
There's no arguing with that. I didn't know any of the basics to being a detective before arriving on this island. If Holmes hadn't taught me, I'm sure I'd still be completely incompetent at this point.
I must confess, watching Holmes grant you personal counsel was quite provoking. It was utterly perplexing. Why would Ideal, of all people, advocate for such a transparent imposter? But it makes sense if you're suffering from amnesia. Even if Ideal Detective trusted in you, it would be pointless without your memories.
But if I can't trust my own memory, what can I trust? The things Holmes and Workaholic said are lining up less and less with my own recollection.
There's so much I don't get. It feels like I'm going crazy. Before you devolve into a fretting fit, try to recall everything that had occurred.
Posh speaks decisively. You want me to remember everything? How?
There were other volumes, were there not? Not to mention the PCs and their valuable stores of data. My experiences here have taught me the following. No mystery can be solved by jumping to conclusions. A sound judgment requires sufficient evidence. Fine. I acted the same way, but then you came to my aid, did you not, incompetent? I swear on the Pinkerton family's honor that I will repay that debt.
I came to your aid? Honestly, I was so focused on solving the problem at hand that I hadn't considered it at all. Never realized that Posh had seen things that way. My eyes started to sting. Oh no. Embarrassing as it is, I can't hold back my tears.
Why, if it isn't the famed crybaby detective? That's precisely why the vulgar masses require so much constant care. You are no mere pebble. You are an uncut gem that will dazzle with proper polishing. Even as you are now, you've earned my trust. It is the duty of the upper class to grant deliverance to the common man. If you will have me, know that I shall always assist you.
Thank you, Posh. I dry my eyes with the handkerchief she hands me. She's truly so awesome. Yeah, I'm just oof. I love me a girl that like puts on a big front, but really just cares so much, you know? Right? Now's not the time to cry. We tracked Workaholic and Renegade Detective all the way here so that we could stop them. We need to find and apprehend those two first. Then I can work with the others to find the missing pieces of my memory.
Very well then. Enough about your past. We must notify Techie and the rest about Workaholic's covert operations. They are in the midst of operating the distribution board. You will remain here and watch over Bookworm.
Posh departs towards the hall where the breaker panel is. She has a point. I can't jump to conclusions. First, I need to recall what happened 10 years ago. The events I forgot, but Holmes remembered. Holmes, can you hear me? No response. She's out cold. She'll probably be gone for a few more hours. I'll just have to sum up all the information I've gathered about that kidnapping incident on my own. Excuse me for 1 second. Of course. The secret police, the DA's predecessor, abducted us back then. It was perpetrated by Workaholic, who was part of their ranks. It wasn't just a kidnapping, but an experiment to create superpowers of some sort. Workaholic says a survivor of it started the quartering Duke cases. That survivor is someone Workaholic refers to as Invincible Detective. That's everything Workaholic told me. For now, I'll assume that's all the truth. I was taken after Invincible Detective, and their fellow subject escaped. That's when I met Saika. We're constantly monitored in the Manor Dungeon. If that underground labyrinth was meant for researching and developing superpowers, then did I survive it as Ideal Detective? This is just the information from that book we found in the archives. Neither its veracity nor the details we found are very clear. But if Workaholics drove so hard to get it back, it seems unlikely that the contents could be so misleading. And for whatever reason, I stopped being Ideal Detective, and Holmes took on that role instead. She claims to be the same Saika from back then, but that girl's death is etched into my memory. There's no way I could be mistaken. It's so clear. Can't possibly doubt it. Saika died right in front of my eyes. I refuse to believe that was a lie, and yet Holmes says that she's Saika. Documents identifying me as Ideal Detective. Holmes claiming to be the long-dead Saika, an Invincible Detective, a fellow survivor of those experiments. I've got so many questions, my head hurts. How could a hopeless moron like me be Ideal Detective? I'm just not buying it. Me? Ideal Detective? Must be a lie. I sigh, deeply aware of how disappointing my capabilities really are. How annoying. I can't take it anymore. Allow me to open your eyes, incompetent. Oh, brother. The party's over. He's still here. As dawn arrives, we begin our day. Morning, incompetent. Oh, hey. Morning, Dolphin. I appreciate you working so late yesterday. Something up? Your face looks pretty washed out. It's nothing, really. I just had too much on my mind to sleep last night. If you say so, but something really is going on. You can always tell me. Anyway, I'm gonna go and wash up. Catch you in a bit, alright? Sounds good. I'll help out with breakfast in the meantime. I've gotta stop worrying everyone like this. Once Dolphin and I part ways, I berate myself with a light smack to the cheek. Which one? I wanted to ask Holmes about the past since yesterday, but she still hasn't reappeared. Dolphin, you're truly not at all slick. Yeah. I wanted to ask Holmes about the past since yesterday, but she still hasn't reappeared. She's been gone for extended periods before, but never this long. I wonder what's going on with her. Maybe she'd prefer that we didn't discuss it? No, that couldn't be. I feel like a fool for even considering it. Sure, she's been evasive whenever our history gets brought up, but it's only ever been for my own sake. That's what she's always told me. I mean, she's been on my side this entire time. Wouldn't start stonewalling me now. Would she? She's probably just sleeping in. I repeat the thought over and over, trying to convince myself. Mind grabbing the utensils, incompetent? Quit spacing out and help us already, chided the girl. Sorry, I'll get right on it. After breakfast, we all set out together, as per Techie's advice. Repairs on the distribution board are just about done, but I can't seem to find any copper wire. My ability just isn't that good when it comes to everyday objects. Sorry I can't help more. I know, don't sweat it. With Workaholic and Renegade lurking God knows where, it's much safer if we stick together anyway. Let them come if they dare! My Buritsu will turn the tide of battle, just as the Pickettons have done proudly for generations! It did a little wata as well. You can't just... She just keeps going up. Why the kung fu noises? I thought Buritsu was supposed to be Japanese, mused the girl, cracking a joke only Sherlockians would get. We headed down the passageway while keeping an eye on our surroundings. Those two must be lurking nearby, but so far, neither hide nor hair.
No new development since yesterday. Why do they hide out in the Snarks anyway? Asked the girl, voicing a question that had been on her mind.
They must have achieved their goals by now, right? Us blocking the exits and the elevator out of order. They're probably scrambling to escape.
But no one's guarding the exits right now. Are you sure that'll be okay? Couldn't they get out through the heliport or something?
It'll be fine as long as the shutter's locked up tight. Even if they tried to force it open, it'd make so much sound that we'd hear right away.
So this entire underground facility is essentially one giant locked room now.
Noticing.
Must you say such ominous things?
Referring to it as a locked room makes it seem as though another murder is imminent. That's true enough. Crime fiction sure does love its locked room mysteries, doesn't it?
Anything in that toolbox, Bookworm? Nothing but tools, the girl said, shoulders slumped as she reported her findings.
Man, with all these electronics around, I hoped maybe we'd find some copper wire somewhere, but no dice, huh? I consider taking apart the computers and using their internal wiring, but Techie suggests we only do so as a last resort. Apparently, Dolfo got the sense that messing with them was too dangerous. Better to play things safe, considering the sensitive info they must hold.
Hey, why do you need copper wires anyway?
The wiring inside the breakers is old and no good. It won't work properly unless we replace it.
Hashtag nudity.
Did someone cut the wires? The girl asked with concern.
No, it's just wear and tear.
The whole place is covered in dust and the PC's OS is practically a fossil. No one has been here in a very long time. I visited this research facility a lot, but no one ever showed me this underground section. Maybe it's storage space for some unneeded stuff? I wonder what exactly they were researching here in the first place. I've been wondering the same myself. Were we originally meant to work on the Quartering Duke case in this very facility? Asked the girl. Snarks has long been used for recreating crime scenes with dioramas and conducting analyses that are too time-consuming to do domestically. In fact, the Quartering Duke murders themselves. The Quartering Duke murders themselves have been reconstructed using dioramas found in the archive room above us.
Wow, that's impressive. So, we were intended to use those dioramas for our investigation? Heaviness weighs on my chest as I consider how different things could have been. No one should have been murdered. There's supposed to be so many more of us working together to solve the Quartering Duke case. I'm sure our investigation would have been further along. That's precisely why the Duke intervened, but it still bears hard upon me. You said your friends used Detective Alliance technology. Was it developed in this facility?
Exactly. Tools and chemicals are domestically unsafe and ethically problematic are made specially available here. It's an inventor's dream come true.
Okay. Isn't that illegal? Isn't that illegal?
Of course, that's why this headquarters is located on a remote island.
I feel like I just learned something that I was better off not knowing.
You can't keep the peace with frontal strikes alone. The police may be skilled, but their organization is unwieldy and highly restricted.
He loves things that are domestically unsafe and ethically problematic. Man, this would have been great for your theory, like what, 3 chapters ago?
heard they just aren't able to keep up with how many victims the quartering Duke has slain. Which is why the DA was appointed to this case. If fewer constraints, it can move freely. So we were deemed the only ones who could solve it. That's the official story, at least. Truth be told, we are merely a convenient decoy to put the blame on when things go amiss. A decoy? You mean a scapegoat? Precisely! When one comes up empty-handed, it is quite useful to have someone else to direct the hatred toward. If we produce results, splendid. If we fail, we shall be branded insignificant and unduly bombarded for our troubles. Regardless, any disdain for the police would be redirected as a result. In short, we've got to solve this case, or it'll be our heads on the chopping block. Talk about no pressure. Countless challenges await us. Even after we escape this island, my head aches at the prospect. Let us dispense a celebration banquet upon our return.
We leave the archives and head to the lab. Our investigation continues for some time before Posh suddenly chimes in.
Perhaps we ought to harvest some copper wire from the headphones plugged into the computer here. Oh, that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Wait, what? What do you mean? My, what a dullard you are!
Yeah, no, I do always appreciate, when, like, a world has, like, a lot of thought put into it and it feels, like, alive and stuff, you know, yeah, like, it's always a good thing in, like, a visual novel thing. Like, you can always, like, you know, you can always, like, tell a good mystery, but that's like an extra step, you know, that's always an extra, like, appreciated thing, I guess, I don't know what I'm saying. I get you.
Copper wire is found inside audio cables. I doubt we'll be needing any headphones. So play to go around, we'll harvest a rather fine bundle, no? Perfect. Each PC has a pair, so if we all take them apart, we'll have more than enough wire. Thanks a bunch for the idea, Posh.
I'm surprised you know so much about headphone cords, Posh.
You mean to say you've never repaired an audio cable? How sad. Yet expected of your kind. If you buy a new pair every time a chord phrase, you'll wind up spending an astrological amount of money. Wouldn't most people just usually opt for new ones?
I know I would.
Times are tough, aren't they, Posh? The girl gently placed a hand on Posh's shoulder, her head nodding solemnly. I was not implying that I am so destitute that I cannot afford new headphones! Do not misunderstand, have I made myself clear? However, I admit that the Pinkerton name is not one as illustrious as it once was. A proud lineage scattered like petals in the wind. But rest assured that the Pinkerton name shall blossom once more. To this end, I cannot afford to be wasteful. Techie, repair those circuit breakers post-haste. I simply must escape this island. The honor of the Pinkerton name hinges upon it.
Ah, so that's the source of her determination. She's capable of weathering any dishonor or shame for the sake of restoring her family's pride. Her resolve is clear-cut and reflects well on her. This perspicacious determination is a positive force both for her and her adoring employees. Haven't bought new headphones in like 5 years. Unfortunately, I'm a clumsy fuck, so can't relate. I can understand now why Posh's subordinates are able to idolize her without any reservations. The distribution board is repaired without incident, so we return back to the elevator. That's when we notice something.
What's this? Look, by the elevator panel. Is that a keyhole? Ah, So it is. Doleful, is the button responsive? No, it's not. I'm pretty sure the distribution board got fixed though, and it seems to be getting power. That hole's probably meant for the key we saw back in the dungeon.
Oh, right, there was an elevator key there. I didn't see it when we left though. Did one of you happen to take it? No one raises their hand. That's not good. In the heavy silence, a morbid thought creeps into my head. Then, as if to confirm my worst fears, an announcement cracks over the intercom, and a familiar voice fills the space. Hey, ladies and gents. Seems you finally got the elevator working again. Nice. I'm thrilled. Renegade Detective? Where's his voice coming from? I glance around and spot a speaker near the ceiling. He ignores our bewilderment, pressing on.
I'm sure you've noticed that a key is needed to call the elevator. Said key is in my possession. So if you want it, you better do what I say. Just who do you expect to do your bidding? I am coming to apprehend you right this instant, so you had best prepare yourself.
Posh outright rejects his demand. She holds her chin in thought for a moment, then immediately points toward the hallway.
The control room near the back would have a microphone for making announcements. Renegade Detective must be there. Come, let us depart. Wait, Posh.
Gourmet grabs Posh's arm before she runs off.
Do you really think Renegade would do this without a plan? If we rush in a panic to find him, I'm sure we'll only fall into some trap he's laid. Yes, you're quite right. I apologize for my hastiness.
Still, we can't just stand here. Let us commence forth. Let's head to the control room while keeping our eyes peeled for any traps along the way.
We can't let Renegade go unchallenged. I'll take the lead. Follow me. This calls for a new friend I've prepared for detaining people. Meet Shocky Waki. We're going to nab him for sure.
Let's administer a controlled shock. Bookworm, Gourmet, I'd like you to stay here and guard the elevator.
You got it. Not even a breadcrumb's getting past us. Please stay safe, everyone, the girl said, wishing all her heart for their well-being.
Created another illegal weapon, but he's so quirky with it. We instantly spring into action, not even waiting for Renegade to close out his announcement. But even as we move, his banter continues. Hey now, can't you wait patiently for others to finish? Gosh, you're a troublesome bunch. Mischievous brats will get their due punishment. You best be mindful of that on your way over. Not that you've got a choice. Haven't from the start. We're right outside the control room.
Not even a single trap.
We've safely arrived at the control room. The trip here may have been quick and painless, but that only serves to put me more on edge. Was it just a bluff? Even so, such little time has passed since Renegade's message that there must be something behind these doors. Not for the reason you might believe either. I've been thinking. I'm not gonna say anything though, not yet.
How odd. He talked it up so much just to leave us with nothing. Let me check it out first. I should be able to identify any traps he set.
Be careful, Doleful. Come back immediately if you sense any danger, okay?
There's no hope of escape, Renegade. My Buritsu will render you into a bloody pulp. How about you?
With that, Doleful enters the control room. But a moment later, he comes right back with an astonished look on his face. What's up, Doleful?
There was no sign of Renegade, but I found this in front of the mic.
Doleful holds out a brown teddy bear. Seems like an ordinary stuffed animal at a glance, but upon closer inspection, it holds some sort of device in its paw.
My heavens, what an adorable little teddy!
Alright, yeah, I see you. A plush bear and a death game. You ain't slick. You ain't slick.
That device it's holding. Is that a transceiver?
You're right. It's still powered on, even.
Let me see. I suspect Renegade Detective may have used this to spoof his location somehow. I'll run an analysis to try and pinpoint his current whereabouts. Resourceful as ever, little tech.
A dreadfully gleeful voice sounds out from the other end of the transceiver. It's none other than Renegade, of course.
Sorry for the trouble, folks. While I may not look it, I'm painfully shy. So I had this fuzzy little rascal come in my stead. Give a big hello to Rennie the Teddy. Play nice now, won't you, darlings?
Just tell us what you want, Renegade Detective. You'll trade us the elevator key if we do what you ask of us, right?
Thanks for getting straight to business.
I've only got one request.
I want to speak with you, mano a mano.
Incompetent. Come to the archives. Alone.
I have a question! We refuse your terms!
Posh? With ferociously wild eyes, Posh nabs the teddy transceiver from Dolphal's hands and shouts angrily into it.
Renegade Detective! I don't know what's going on to that skull of yours, but Incompetent is our dear companion! You truly believe we'd send him off to his doom by meeting with a criminal like you? We'll track you down and take that key! Rest assured! I'll be looking forward to it.
Renegade's harsh, staticky laughter echoes through the hallway. At that very moment, my vision flickers. The Denomen has been triggered.
Before I go, let me tell you something. I took the trouble of coming out here because I was hoping to rid myself of that damn collar. Sadly, it was a bust. But I did find some spares and how to operate them. I just couldn't pass up the opportunity, so Rennie got a little present too. Posh, the bear! I'm sensing danger from it! Blows up!
As Doleful shrieks, the bear detonates in Posh's hands. That's the vision I'm shown. There's still time to act. I lurch forward, snatch a teddy from Posh's grip, and immediately launch it as far as I can. Yeet. Posh, take cover! The bear detonates mere seconds after it leaves my hands. The scorching shock of the explosion flings us into a heap on the ground. I cough at the pungent scent of gunpowder. The air is thick with smoke, and there's a sharp pain where shrapnel has pierced my arm. Renegade Detective! Despite my injured arm, I managed to haul myself to my feet. I can hardly believe it. Even a moment later, and Posh would have died. I doubt the rest of us would have escaped unscathed either. Here, Renegade truly intends to kill us. And the bear blows up, you ain't slick. Yeah, it's hurt. Is everyone alright? Any injuries?
I'm okay. I think Dolphin hit his head. I too am alive and kicking. Now, where's that despicable coward hiding? Right behind you.
A voice calls out from our rear. As I turn to face its owner, a small metallic glint catches my attention.
Everyone, run!
Renegade brandishes his knife and swings it sideways in our direction. Crap, I won't be able to avoid it!
Steer clear, Incompetent!
The next thing I know, Posh shoves me aside, sending me tumbling back to the ground. Blood soon trickles from her arm as she takes the attack in my place. Dude, fuck it, everybody's getting their arms injured today. Posh! My heart leaps out of my chest. As the event unfolds, however, a familiar voice rings through my head.
Ain't tough, Watto.
I've seen this before, but something's off. Psycho isn't bleeding.
Why? Why did you protect me? If you die now, then Psycho
calls out my name, weeping profusely. That's funny. This scene usually plays out the exact opposite way. Suddenly, it's as if I'm the one who died. My mind snaps back to reality. I inhale sharply, stunned and shocked by the view I'm met with. Right in front of me, Renegade has an arm wrapped around Posh's neck. His knife pressed against her cheek. An arm? Don't you mean his arm? Posh shielded me, and now vivid red blood is seeping from her wounded arm. The cut doesn't look deep. That much blood loss is definitely cause for concern. We've got to treat her right away. Renegade! Where the hell were you hiding?
The lab next door. Key to manipulating others is to provide a clear-cut objective. I figured you'd skip over the other rooms and head straight here after my broadcast.
It was obvious.
It's adorable how predictable you are. Lucky for me, I won't need to bother with negotiations or any of that nonsense now.
So incompetent. Assuming you don't want Posh's head to get sawed off, you're coming with me. Renegade addresses me coldly. Look him over again and again, but I can't find a single opening. He traces the curve of Posh's neck with the point of his blade. Just the sight is enough to drain the color from my face. Fine. I'll do whatever you say. Just let Posh go.
You mustn't, incompetent!
Posh quickly cuts me off.
You and Tucky take Dolphin to the elevator and escape from this facility!
What?
None of your butt-butting! This is a direct order from your superior. You must obey!
Her conviction makes it difficult to view her as a hostage, something that seemingly tickles Renegade as he cackles loudly. Oh, Posh, you really are a plucky one. But haven't you forgotten something? Even if they ditch you, they'd still need the elevator key.
What? The one lying on the floor there?
Huh? Could this be it? I reach down to inspect the key resting near my feet. It's definitely the same one I saw in the dungeon, but when did it get here?
Oh, Renegade Detective, you really ought to be less inattentive with valuables on your person. I was able to pilfer it in the blink of an eye.
She's so awesome.
Now go, incompetent! Take that key into camp! Should you manage to steal both the lift and the heliport, this cad will have no means of escape. I have no doubt that this will bring us another step closer to apprehending the Quartering Duke.
And here I thought you were easy prey. Now I'm the one who's cornered. Still, you sure you're alright with this? If they all turn tail and run, you'll be left alone with me. Aren't you afraid of dying?
Yeah, what he said! How can we just abandon you here like that, Posh?
Posh smiles, almost serenely.
Of course I'm frightened. No one wants to die. But some things are even more terrifying than death. A casualty is born of a desperate fight for survival, for one. I am a descendant of the proud Pinkerton lineage. Should offering my life save others, I have no such reservations. Now hurry, go!
Posh. I recalled the discussion I had with Workaholic regarding the plank of Carniads. Sacrificing another to save oneself, is that the right choice? No one can really say. Seeing Posh so prepared to give her life for ours, I'm suddenly struck by a realization. This is what an ideal detective truly looks like.
Hey, detective, I won't let you get away with this. Not in a million years!
Becky aims his pistol-shaped mech at Renegade Detective. I love that they all got the little dog ears on them.
Freeze! Move another inch and I'll shoot!
Oh, made yourself a friend there, eh? Looks kinda like a stun gun. How fun is that? You've outdone yourself again, kid. Apparently unfazed, Renegade begins moving with his hostage in tow. Man, does this guy even know how to feel fear? I mean, he literally let his arm get cut off without, like, even, like, with like barely any trouble. I feel like a stun gun would not be enough to stop him personally, but that's just my opinion.
I said I'll shoot! Why are you still moving?
You've grown a lot these past few days, but you don't have the guts to pull the trigger yet. Say you miss and hit Posh. Worst case, she gets fried. You only just lost armor. Now ain't your time to shine, kid. Come back once you've gotten some more experience, yeah?
Don't underestimate me!
Teki moves in closer, preparing to shoot. The muzzle of the barrel trembles in his hands, his aim uncertain. Despite having him at gunpoint, Teki seems to be losing the upper hand to Renegade's intimidation. That man really is a monster.
As much as I hate to leave you hanging, it's time we part ways for now. Incompetent, come to the archives in 1 hour and bring that key with you. Otherwise, Posh's public quartering will have to kick off early. And you know full well by now that I don't go around making empty threats, right?
I'll need to denome to see the grave sincerity in his eyes. In 1 hour, he'll end Posh's life, precisely as he stated. I haven't known him long. I'm already well acquainted with this man's brand of cruelty. I'll be there. I promise. So don't you dare lay a single finger on Posh!
You witless churl! Just forget about me!
Oh, now that's what I wanted to hear. Alrighty then. I'll be waiting for you at the final stage.
Wait!
Teki attempts to keep his stun gun sights on the fleeing Renegade detective, but before he can even pull the trigger, Renegade has already disappeared down the hall, dragging Posh along with him.
Where's Posh? Where'd she go?
Doleful comes to, anxiously asking about Posh as he scans the vicinity. Neither Teki nor myself can muster a reply. We stand there, disgusted by my helplessness. Returning to the lobby, we recount the events to Gourmet and Bookworm, who had been keeping watch.
You're really going alone, Incompetent?
Renegade's the type to stick to his word. As long as I keep my side of the bargain, Posh should be okay. Going along with his demands is the only way we can save her.
But what will you do afterward? I don't know what Renegade has in store for you, but I do know it's dangerous. Even if you manage to save Posh, you dying would make it all for nothing. Do you even have a plan for how you'll face him?
I do. So long as he truly intends to kill me, I'll be okay. I promise I'll make it back in one piece. No, One Piece?
You're incompetent. Take him with you.
Teki hands me the pistol-like device he had been holding.
This is my stun gun friend, Shakiwaki. He's modeled after the white SPX, so when you pull the trigger, he'll eject electrified spikes. His range is only about 2 meters, but any contact with the body should be enough to incapacitate the target.
Thanks, Teki. You really are a whiz if you can make something as handy as this.
Yeah, but pull the trigger. I even had the perfect shot, and I still failed to save yet another friend of mine. He saw right through me. I'm so ashamed of myself. If I had been stronger, if I just kept a level head, I could have saved her.
Only humans fret over harming others. Once you lost that compassion, you become no more than a beast, said the girl, quoting Mystic Detective. The fear of death, of hurting others. I don't consider that weakness. Rather, the fact that you feel that way is proof of your humanity.
Bookworm.
Bookworm speaks in an uncharacteristically straightforward manner as she smiles at Teki.
Teki Detective, since arriving on this island, I believe you've truly matured as a person. Not that I have much room to speak on that. I'm with her.
You aren't weak, Techie. Not one bit.
You're able to laugh with everyone, to shed tears on behalf of others.
Those things are way more important than having the will to harm people.
You guys, thank you. Please, do what you can to save Posh.
Hiding his face, Techie sheds silent tears. Renegade must have really gotten to him. Undoubtedly, more bitter, challenging obstacles still await him in the future. I know he'll overcome it all. Because Techie already has the strength to admit his vulnerability and share his honest feelings.
Incompetent, go vanquish that brute of a detective. After all, I believe it's precisely that soft heart of yours which makes you so formidable.
Yeah, you can count on it. I'll get him good, for Techie's sake, and everyone else's. The appointed time has arrived. I ask the others to wait in the lobby, then head alone to the archives, our designated meeting spot. As I make my way there, however...
Fancy that? You survived, have you?
Well, look who's finally come to! Holmes! For the first time in about a day, Holmes appears before me. Why are you gone so long?
Sorry. I'm aware it's odd for residual memories to feel such, but I quite exhausted myself earlier. I'll be sure to share the details with you later on. But currently, our priority is recovering the captured Posh from Renegade Detective. Correct?
Yeah. I know I can't win against him alone. So please, lend me your strength, Holmes.
Naturally. No matter how others may betray, vilify, or despise, or deny you, I alone shall affirm all that you are. Once Renegade has been dealt with, I'll explain everything I know. Now let us go and sever the ties which bind us to him, Watto. Once and for all.
Ooh, the demon lighting. Ooh. Together, Holmes and I enter the archives. Renegade rises from his chair, clearly sick of waiting. He points his knife at me, the corner of his mouth quirked upward into a smile.
I knew you'd come, Incompetent.
You're exactly the type of detective I clocked you for. The knife's point glints in the light. My heart leaps at the sight of its icy shine, pale like moonbeams. It's impossible to remove myself from the life or death reality of this situation.
Why did you come? I vehemently insisted you escape!
The anxiety in Posh's voice is palpable. Her right hand seems to be handcuffed to a pipe on the wall, judging by the grating sounds of steel upon steel. I realized something when you protected me, Posh. If someone were drowning beside me, I'd offer them the plank I was clinging to without thinking twice. That's the kind of great detective I strive to be.
Incompetent?
Renegade, I brought the key like you asked. Now let Posh go.
Fine, alright. I got the key to her handcuffs right here, see?
As he speaks, Renegade demonstrates this by locking and unlocking Posh's handcuffs. There's no doubt that that key is the real deal.
I'll put it on this desk next to me.
You do the same. So, you want to draw me away from the exit before we do this trade?
I'm entitled to that privilege, don't you think?
I mean, your team has the elevator surrounded, which
I consider a pretty big advantage. Won't you spare me just a tiny lick of hope?
Here's the key. Let's start our exchange. Each of us will take one step at a time.
Nice.
It's wise to stay on guard.
Look at you, growing up and learning so fast.
We'll do it your way then.
Go ahead. You start.
Okay. 1, 2. As I asked of him, he closes the distance between us one step at a time, the same way I do. One step, then another. My heart pounds faster and faster as we draw closer, the sweat beading on my skin. I'm not an idiot. I know he'll attack me once I'm in range. He'll likely come at me with lethal force. I will my legs not to shake, forcing myself to keep one foot in front of the other. But then, my vision suddenly flickers. The knife shoots out from Renegade's hand like a rocket. hits my forehead with so much force that my entire head feels like it's flying off. My consciousness ebbs faster and I can form a single thought. Once I return to reality, I jerk my body to the side, quickly ducking my head so that the blade only nearly grazes the tip of my nose. I was close. Didn't expect the knife to fire at me like that. Without the denouement, there's no question I'd be dead right now.
Bravo! Just as I predicted.
Suddenly, Renegade is right beside me. He sticks his tongue out playfully.
You dodged before the blade even came at you, but I didn't see any indication that you noticed this knife's little gimmick. Bit odd, don't you think? You're weirdly perceptive every so often. What? You get visions or something? I wonder, are you able to see the future too? The way Ideal Detective could?
Yeah, right! As if! I make for the key to Pasha's cuffs and quickly snatch it up. Renegade, on the other hand, saunters over at his leisure, placing a hand on the elevator key. Our exchange is complete, but others are still guarding the front of the elevator. He can't get away that easily. Gotta free Posh and get us back to the lobby ASAP.
Don't come any closer! Get away from me! No, away from this room entirely!
What do you mean, Posh? Posh answers only with a harried expression. What's going on?
Oh, right! I forgot to say.
Renegade casually drops a horrifying fact.
I put a collar on her wrist.
Just like mine.
Careful or it'll go boom! So try not to set it off.
What? Looking closely, I can see something wrapped around Posh's wrist that resembles a device on Renegade's neck. No way, is he kidding me right now?
I'm not bluffing. That explosion I caused before should make that clear enough. Wouldn't you say? If the conditions are met, Posh's soft, supple limbs will go flying in every direction.
Stop it! How could you do something so awful? Was Workaholic right? Is this all revenge for what they did to you as Invincible Detective?
Revenge? Oh, please. You really think I'd kill people for a pedestrian motive like that?
Renegade's eyes widen in surprise at my words.
Tell me why.
I thought you were unreadable, unrestrained, indiscriminate, and dangerous, but what motive could you have other than revenge? The DA's predecessor, the secret police, you want revenge on them. I understand that, but stop dragging innocent bystanders into this.
That's enough. Wild guessing doesn't suit you one bit. Cheap thrills like vengeance don't do a thing for me personally. For me, it's all about taking on the precious burden of life. Everything else is secondary. Even the organization that ruined my own life.
Liar! You targeted Workaholic and made him suffer. Also, you could get back at him, didn't you?
I'm telling you, it's not about revenge, okay? I just wanted to remind him of the weight of the lives he crushed and turned his gaze from. Then Workaholic reverted, oh, so wonderfully to his old diabolical self. And now it's your turn, incompetent. If you want me to remove Pasha's collar, you'll have to make me yield. It's the only way you can save her. I'll resist, of course, with lethal force. Want to subdue me? Then fight like mad, as if your life depends on it. Maybe use that hidden ability, too. Hidden ability?
Does Renegade Detective realize I am able to use the denouement? That can't be. I mean, he was teasing about it before. I mean, it took me a long time to start accepting the idea, and it's my ability. If anyone would be so quick to believe something this far-fetched.
You must escape this instant! This is a direct order from your chief!
Posh shouts from behind me.
From the moment I became a detective, I've been prepared to give my life. You're gravely mistaken if you think I'll dance in your palm, Renegade.
Her expression shows no trace of sorrow or fear, even given her circumstances. Her strength of character is incredible.
Like music to my ears. I can always count on you to be so determined, Posh. Why, it's giving me the shivers.
Ain't it the tingles, bro? You had a gimmick. Stick to it. You had a gimmick word.
But how could a competent here truly abandon you? Leave a friend to her fate and live on in her name? Or risk your life in order to save that of another? A plank of carne situation if I ever saw one. So, you just said you'd give up your plank, huh? I wonder. Will you be able to save Posh with that spirit of martyrdom? Even in the face of death?
Renegade Detective tries to provoke me. Defiantly, I glare back into his red, arrogant eyes. Don't twist my words. I just said I would offer my plank, not that I'd sacrifice myself. I don't want to survive at someone else's expense, but that doesn't mean I want to die either. I once saw Saika killed right before me, while I survived. That's why I won't hesitate anymore. No matter who lives, the guilt follows them forever. Having to choose one person out of two to sacrifice is an undeniable tragedy. One I refuse to accept. People could say I'm stupid or overly idealistic or that my head's in the clouds. Let them! I'll find a way to save us both and reverse this tragedy. Hold on, those are the key words. Hold on. That's what I believe an ideal detective must do!
Yes, very nice. How wonderfully like you to be so very idealized.
Renegade pokes his tongue out of me again, then draws a knife from his pocket. Its blade is a crescent, flecked by bits of bright red. Renegade laps the blade like a lollipop, the droplets vanishing beneath his tongue. God, he's such a fucking freak. Ugh.
Ah, the taste of defilement. There's nothing quite as sweet.
Oh, incompetent! You mustn't try to fight him! Incompetent! Ignoring her pleas, I unlock the handcuffs binding her. Stay back, Posh. It isn't safe. I promise. I'll protect you.
Incompetent.
Grasping the handcuffs, I turn to face Renegade. Grabbing a hold of these sure was a lucky break. Now I can demonstrate what my mentor taught me.
Isn't that technique used to apprehend criminals? Pulling out the old cuff foo, huh? How ironic. Handcuffs were the key to liberating you. Ah, but your hands are trembling. I'll bet you don't have much fighting experience.
No point in hiding it. All right. Honest to God, I'm terrified. I bite my arm with all my might, using the pain to forcibly stop it from shaking. Whoa. But I won't run away. I'll use every ounce of my strength to make you release Posh's collar! Oh, yes, yes, yes! You're really something! Come on, man. Let's have some fun. My chest feels like it's about to burst. A cold sweat drips freely down my skin. If I lose focus, my legs will start wobbling.
It's alright. I'm with you.
Holmes moves close to my side.
Come, it's time to fight back. Let us reverse this tragedy together. You and I.
My first battle for life and death begins. Using the handcuffs, I block countless knife jabs. My eyes maze to follow, but it takes everything I have to avoid them. The way each blow is aimed directly at my vitals sends chills down my spine. Fail to dodge even one, and it's all over for me.
You're doing better than I expected. Seems you had quite the mentor. But you can't defend forever.
I'll break through eventually.
Could it be?
You've only learned to defend. Come on, don't forget about your legs. Renegade Detective chats casually as he slashes about. And here I am, my absolute limit. Just what is this guy? I'm already well aware, but this man truly has no qualms about killing, despite his constant insolence that life holds precious value. One person I don't think I'll ever see eye to eye with. Just one hit. I just need to get one hit in. I need to find an opening somewhere.
You're wide open.
Renegade slashes my right abdomen, and fresh blood sprays into my field of view. Bad, I feel my consciousness slipping.
Stay calm, that was the denouement!
Holmes' voice recenters me. I was close, that vision was so lifelike it nearly overwhelmed my senses. Right now, I can still protect my... I can protect my right. I just managed to block his attack. Without the denouement, it would have killed me. I'm glad I was able to act on it quickly enough. Nice moves there.
Shall we dance another?
No time to relax. Here comes his next strike. I see it again. A feature where my throat is cut clean open.
Now act on that vision. Go, Watto!
Chat, we've done it. We figured out how to put parries in a visual novel. Keeping with my vision, I parry Renegade's attack with my cuffs. Nice. That was the easiest block so far. Truly no genre is safe. There's no mistaking it. The denouement kicking in now is no coincidence. Your form's improved all of a sudden. What's up with that? Renegade slashes again mid-sentence. What is it? What's coming next?
Don't panic, Watto. Wait for the denouement to activate. You must sense your own imminent demise before a premonition will be shown. Rest assured, if his strike is truly lethal, it will activate.
Right. I know Holmes speaks the truth. I soon see a vision of the knife's blade plunging straight into my chest horizontally.
That angle would be quite dreadful indeed. The knife could slip between your ribs and pierce your heart.
I gotta dodge, but how?
It isn't necessary. A head-on assault simply needs to have its trajectory shifted. Use the cuffs to deflect the blade.
My liver. No, my heart. I don't stop the knife, but allow the tip of its blade to slip through the cuffs, redirecting it. Renegade's arm is outstretched, leaving him defenseless. He leaps towards me.
Now's your golden opportunity! Cuff him!
As Holmes says this, I twist the handcuffs chain around my wrist, then throw all my weight into my hips and jerk sharply. I swing my arms at full strength like a hammer thrower, leaving Renegade off balance as he's caught in the shackles. Then I slam his body into the nearby table. Watto Hojo, I was unfamiliar with your game. He rolls to the floor among the broken table legs. While keeping my eyes trained on him, I steady my ragged breaths. Good God, bro! Blood drips from my nose. With my vision swimming and my head pounding, I barely stop myself from crying out in pain.
You're definitely not well. You've witnessed your own death so many times in a short period. It's no wonder the side effects are so severe. Are you able to move?
Yeah, I'll manage.
Let's tie up Renegade before he comes to. Use Teki's Shakiwaki.
Following Holmes' suggestion, I begin to take the stun gun out of my pocket. Then...
Now I see.
that you can only dodge lethal attacks. The voice coming from the ground chills me to the bone. Crap! Thinking fast, I try to jump back, but it's one moment too late. Renegade's knife penetrates my right thigh.
Yep. Seems you couldn't dodge that one.
I back away quickly to inspect my wounded leg. I'm still able to move it, and it hasn't gone numb, but even so, the situation is dire. Yeah, he ain't high ranking for no reason. Fuck me. He can just figure anything out.
Now that was a close one. You got a lot more fight in you than I realized.
Renegade climbs to his feet unsteadily. His eyes are unfocused, fixed on empty space instead of me. He'd already lost an arm before my surprise attack hit him hard. It's clear he's at his limit. Come on, let up already! Lose any more blood and you're gonna die for real! True. After losing my arm, that floaty feeling's kinda only gotten worse.
Almost like it's telling me it's time, you know?
Then take it as a sign and quit already! Why are you so obsessed with me?
Can't help it.
You know how long I've waited for this moment to figure out Ideal Detective's abilities? After my graceless defeat and capture at Holmes' hand, I've been tingling ever since. Oh, how long I've waited this. The climax! I found the final piece of a lifelong puzzle, and you think I won't put it in place? Of course I will. More! Let me savor every last bit! Renegade grins madly, not bothering to wipe the blood dripping from his mouth. The man before me terrifies me to the core. How does someone become so twisted? The extent of his depravity is so extreme. Can't help but wonder what brought him to this point.
Oh no. It appears Renegade has figured out how the Denomen functions.
But how? He shouldn't even know I can use this ability.
No, he... Don't you know I have you figured out? You can see the future with those eyes of yours, can't you?
His words leave me tongue-tied. For a moment, I think he may be up to his usual tricks, but I don't get the sense that he's joking. Don't tell me he actually...
It wasn't that difficult, I mean... There aren't many superhumans around like Ideal Detective.
Her abilities are famous. Popular topic at that.
Wary of her power, the Dayless Knight, the group I belong to, sought to remove her from the equation.
Of course, the exact workings of that ability were unknown.
I'm the only one who noticed she found a successor. You.
They're famous? Is all that true?
It is. That said, my ability was top secret, so few are cognizant of the details, even within the DA. Indeed, it is quite likely that the Dayless Knight are after my life. Was after my life. Goodness, what a pain they are. What really troubles me, however, is the fact that he's discovered how the Denomen is triggered.
I've been working all these years trying to unravel the mystery of Ideal's power. When she died, I thought that was that.
I'm devastated. But like a messiah, you appeared before me.
Your expression is just like hers, incompetent. Burning with justice.
It's been a joy to see it.
I realized at once that you took up her mantle and hold the same powers. That you're my new Holmes. Come to thrill me just the same. Why couldn't I best her? How could she make such incredible leaps of logic? How could she always evade me? There's only one explanation! Holmes had the power to see her fate and foretell her own demise! Finally! I finally solved it! My dear Holmes! Renegade cackles maniacally. I am unable to shake the feeling that my ability has been revealed to the worst possible person. And again, I can only consider what a monster this individual truly is. Incompetent! You mustn't buy into his nonsense! You hear me? That man is deranged!
Well, bad news for you.
Sadly, you won't be able to read the future anymore. Ignoring Posh's yells, Renegade speaks to me.
I know all about your power. You can sense death. A fatal wound won't cut it. So instead, why don't I slice you up until you're clinging to life? Time to get excited, because I'm about to carve you within an inch of your life.
Renegade readies his knife and approaches me with a wicked grin. Next moment, I feel my right arm get sliced open. Now this is fun. It's true. Solving a mystery feels so good. Different from the pleasure of taking a life. That's why I'm hooked on detective work. He comes closer, waving the knife to and fro. This is bad. I still haven't thought of a way to counter him. What do I do? What do I do? I fail to block him. My arm is gashed open. Next, my leg. And my shoulder. Unable to stand, I crumple to my knees. It hurts. My wounds are burning as if they're on fire. I can't keep my head straight through this intense, searing pain. My consciousness begins to slip, and my vision grows cloudy. I can't find the strength to stand. Incompetent! Pick yourself up! You can still get away! Steal yourself and focus! Done so soon.
Guess it's Pasha's turn to play then.
Their voices sound distant now. I'm soaked in hot sweat. It mingles with my blood, making my whole body feel like a thick puddle of liquid. This sensation is familiar. That's right. How could I have forgotten for so long? Hurts. Burning up. It's horrific. It's miserable. It's cold. It's frustrating. I'm angry, enraged, yelling, crying, praying, hoping, begging, envious. But above all, I can't forgive my helplessness. I've been in this exact situation in the past. Yeah. I finally remember. I really have felt this all before. I'm walking through the labyrinth with Saika. This is already my third time. I've gotten pretty used to it, so our progress is much faster than before. But I sense something's different than usual. Something's not quite right. I scan our surroundings carefully until I notice the air right in front of us gently quivering like the air around a lit burner.
Saika, hide! There's something here! Really? But I don't see anything.
I mean, I can't either, but I can feel it. If we keep going, we'll die. That's when it started. From that moment on, I occasionally see glimpses of future tragedies that could occur. No matter what trap I encounter in the maze, I always manage to slip through. Since I also go out of my way to help the others subjected to the experiments, they've given me the ridiculous nickname Ideal Detective. Before I even realize it, I'm consistently leading and directing the other survivors. Till that fateful day arrives. The day I witnessed Saika's death. If we take on the maze again, Saika will die. I can only see how these tragedies play out. I don't know how to stop these visions from becoming reality. Think some more. Until I finally make up my mind. Saika, let's escape from here. Together.
Huh? But how? There's cameras watching us the whole time we're in the maze.
Saika's worry shows in her voice. I've got to be the hero she sees me as. Yes, I've got to be a great detective, like the legendary Sherlock Holmes. Come on. It's elementary, my dear Saika. I imitate our beloved Sherlock, hoping to inspire her trust. If they're watching us with cameras,
That means there must be secret passages for the staff to use when something goes wrong. I already found some clues hinting at this, so if we can find an opening to access one of those paths, we should be able to escape. Wow, you really are amazing, Watto. Saika beams happily. That's a relief. It seems that helped to put her mind at ease a bit. Good. It's the only way we're gonna pull this off. In all honesty, I'm terrified. Even if we manage to find a passage, who knows what we might run into. Still, it's my only hope of saving her. Okay, Saika. Leave it to me. The ideal detective. No matter what happens, I'll reverse this tragedy. I promise you that. Yeah. And so the time came to put our plan into action. Just as we hoped, we find a hidden path and follow it to a location we'd regularly never be able to access. But soon there's a mech we've never seen before. Unlike the rest, this one pursues us relentlessly, no matter how hard we try to shake it. Why is it following us like this? I quickly shield Saika, taking a direct slash from the red machine's blade. I feel my body rapidly losing blood. Fresh cut burns like I've been set on fire. My chest grows heavy. A chill comes over me. Even to my young mind, I recognize that this must be what dying feels like. Sorry, Saika. I couldn't protect you. Why are you saying sorry? I should be the one apologizing. If I had been as strong as you, this never would have happened. I hear Saika's distraught voice as my consciousness fades. Tears stream down her face as she stares at me. Then the tears suddenly stop. Hey, you can hear me, right? You're watching us, aren't you? I don't care what you do to me. I'll hand myself over to you completely. So please, save Watto. I'll even take his place. I'll become the ideal detective. I can distinctly make out Saika's words. Not only that, her determination. No, she can't do that. No! She can't shoulder everything in my place. That shouldn't be an option here. Make an effort to extend my nearly bloodless hand towards Saika. She takes it in hers, flashes a wide grin, and speaks to me directly. It'll be fine. It's me we're talking about. Never had anything. Parents abandoned me when I was born. I was cut off from my older brother, too. I didn't think I had a place anywhere. You alone protected me, Watto. So I decided to protect you, too. I can't keep talking all kitty-like. I've got to get stronger. Be stronger. From here on, I am ideal detective. Farewell, Watto. My consciousness whites out again. When I come to, the enemy is before me. I just need a moment to take a drink, okay? Listen, I've been putting in a lot of energy tonight. I need a moment. In hindsight, it was kind of obvious that that Saika's death was a denouement thing that we just sort of internalized, but that's how these things go. That's how these things go. Like, it's so obvious I didn't even consider it. Well then, it's about time I took off one of those feet. First off, can you not? Second off, I gotta save again. Renegade lifts his knife with a grin. I'm moving a flash man to catch his blade with the handcuffs. Yeah, we literally saw the, like, crackle thing
On that one path when we saw like the the vision of the corpse room. Yeah, like that was literally there. Yeah.
Wait, you're even faster now. What's the deal? You're supposed to be dying.
This is nothing. Rather, I realized I've been holding back up until now. Warmth slowly returns to my chilled, anemic body. Now I understand why Holmes, no, Saika, have been so evasive about our past. It's only natural. As if she could just say something like, I was saved because I took your place, or I've been living in your stead ever since. Of course she'd feel driven by guilt. No way she'd be able to share any of that with me. He's been protecting me from the very start. That image of Saika that had been burned into my mind. It was a denouement vision all along. Why didn't I realize it sooner?
What's with the soliloquy?
Starting to lose it from all that blood loss. That's right. With his knife still trapped, I rammed the tip of my foot into Renegade's unguarded stomach. He gasps from the impact. It's a direct hit. He backs off a little before readying his knife once again. Though his expression doesn't change, sweat gathers at his brow.
I'm relieved. You're finally fighting with the intent to kill me, aren't you?
You really think I'd stoop so low? I refuse to take a life, even from a renegade like you.
Well, isn't that sweet?
This is your final warning. Fight like you want to kill me. You can't stop me until you're ready to take the responsibility for the life of another! Renegade contorts his body and swings the knife down towards me. Another non-lethal attack, only meant to hurt me. The denouement won't allow me to read it. There's a hole in his offense. I take the cuffs that I'd only been gripping in front of me so far and forcefully swing them backwards. You're not gonna block? As he guns for me, I bring the handcuffs down on him with all my might. Renegade Detective's knife nicks my shoulder, drawing more blood. At the same time, however, my fist strikes his forehead, flinging him into a nearby bookshelf. Just as planned. If I'd tried to block, there's no way I could have read his movements. Since he wasn't trying to kill me, I didn't need to stop him. Renegade picks himself up shakily, swaying a bit as he stands. My hit clearly did some damage. Wasn't expecting that. Think. You knew I wasn't going for the kill, so you struck back. Even when it meant you'd get sliced too. You a workaholic are right. Maybe I am too nice. I'm a coward who isn't prepared to take the life of another. But even so, I've been grappling with the idea this whole time. In order to stop someone dangerous, is it truly necessary to kill? End their life? But now I've finally found my answer. Even so, I'm ready to put my life on the line to protect all that I can! Renegade Detective, no matter what you do, I swear to put an end to this myself! From beside me, Saika calls out my name. I read my mind, so she must realize without me saying anything. I've remembered it all, including the reality 10 years ago. Saika saved my life by taking the title of Ideal herself. This whole time, I thought I failed to rescue her, but in a way, I'd actually sacrificed Saika in order to survive. I feel a tinge of despair at how conveniently I'd twisted my memories. Still, there's no time to wallow. Speak as if trying to convince myself. That's right. What I need to do now is stop the menace in front of me. As the original Ideal Detective, this is my duty.
Turns out half-assed measures won't cut it. Time to
Time
do what I was doing before. Need to kill. Your predictions seem like they take a toll, though. Wonder who will hold out longer. As declared, Renegade Detective draws near me with his knife at the ready. If he's set on using lethal force, I should be able to use the denouement. Our next exchange might be the deciding factor. For now, I just need to hang in there and trust I'll find a chance to counter him. Left! He's going left! I prepare for the strike and move my cuffs to the left. The clash of metal makes my ears ring. If I hadn't done it, if I hadn't seen the future, my ear would have been cut clean off. From the left. No, wait, it's a feint. He's coming from the right. I don't let his feint fool me, and instead manage a right-hand block with my cuffs. The shock of the blow is more than I can handle, forcing one of my knees to the floor. Without pause, Renegade hunches down and slips past my guard. No way to miss an opportunity like this. I haven't had this much fun in a long time, incompetent. Anyway, bye-bye. The knife is thrust straight towards me. In my current position, there's no escape. This won't be easy to fend off. That's fine by me. With him stabbing directly at me, I know exactly what to do. Please, no, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. I take the friend from my pocket and aim it directly at Renegade. Wait, that's... The key to manipulating others is to provide a clear-cut objective. That's what you said, isn't it? I took a knee on purpose. In this position, my aim is more stable, but most importantly, it drew my enemy closer of his own accord. Attacking with a knife brought him within 2 meters, the range of my weapon. It's over! Stop or I'll shoot! Renegade ignores my warning and lunges forward. Without hesitation, I pull the trigger. Upon taking the shot, I hear gunpowder ignite. The spikes shoot from the chamber and bore into Renegade's stomach. His entire body convulses wildly. His tall frame leans but doesn't fall. He advances, erratic step after erratic step, grinning as he peers down at me. You actually pulled the trigger! Weren't you worried I'd get electrocuted to death? As if a bastard like you would die from a stun gun. What did I say earlier, huh? What did I say? I almost voiced the thought, but managed to stop myself. He's lost an arm and a substantial amount of blood. His body just took a huge shock, and yet he's still standing, stubbornly pursuing the ideal detective. I'm struck by a feeling when I consider that his life had also been upended by an ideal detective. Not sympathy or kinship, but something else. So out of earshot, I whisper to him quietly. I'll check your answers for you. We can sense death. Just as you suspected. That's how I knew pulling this trigger wouldn't kill you. Does that work for your final piece or whatever? So my theory was right. He laughs for a few moments and lets out a sigh of contentment. He looks deeply satisfied, his crazed expression replaced with utter calm. Thanks, incompetent. I found my missing piece in the best way possible. For once, I get the feeling I'm gonna sleep well tonight. The man lurches forward, toppling to the ground. His talking stopped abruptly. I can hear him breathing, so he should still be alive. It's over at last. With a heavy exhale, I finally relax my tensed up muscles. You just sleep tight down there.
I clench my trembling fists and suck air into my empty lungs, feeling as though I've been brought back from the dead. Compared to Renegade, I'm definitely worse for wear. He had me at every turn, if only I only won thanks to his carelessness, but otherwise, he definitely would have killed me. Still, I can't help but feel proud of myself. I survived my first ever life or death fight.
Incompetent! You were magnificent!
Hush. Hush's eyes brim with tears as he scrambles across the room to me. I'm a mess, so you better stay back. There's blood everywhere.
Those wounds are badges of honor. The mess won't bother me one bit. Come, let's get you patched up right away. Thankfully, the bleeding's about stopped. They're likely not as deep as they look.
Oh, before that, we need to figure out how to remove that collar thing.
No need for that.
Still lying on the floor, Renegade rolls over on his back before continuing. I know how to detonate it, but not how it's actually attached. All I did was wrap it onto her and make it look the part. It'll come right off if you try. But to be fair, with all my threats earlier, you weren't really in the position to risk it.
I beg your pardon?
I did find it odd how you wounded around my arm, despite it resembling a tattoo. You mean to say you were bluffing all along?
Award-winning performance, no?
I've always been a talented actor. Despite our battle and full blast from the stun gun, Renegade hops to his feet, looking totally unconcerned. I take a defensive stance out of reflex, but Renegade Detective raises an empty left palm, as if to signify his surrender. Relax, I can move, sure, but I don't have the strength to fight back. Anyway, you've grown way more than I anticipated, Incompetent. You finally remember just how many lives are your responsibility. I feel so whole. I don't want to do anything else for a good while. I just want to soak all this in.
Revolting. You're vile beyond salvation. You mean to say that everything you did was purposefully intended to jog Incompetent's memory?
Sure was. I knew your past, Incompetent. I was positive your growth would be explosive if you managed to take responsibility for Ideal's life. Why do you care so much about others bearing the burden for stuff like that? True to his name, Renegade really is a man going against the system. Even so, I can sense how unwavering his conventions are. Can't help but ask him, this person who's caused me so much suffering, how he came to hold such strong beliefs. Renegade Detective, are your principles somehow tied to what you went through on this island? I don't usually talk about myself, but whatever. I'll humor you. Consider it thanks for indulging me earlier. Let me tell you a tale from way back when. My family prized tradition over all, so from day one, my individuality was like hearsay. Apparently, that's why they gave me to the SP like Holmes' parents. How many times did I go through that maze for their experiments? So long ago, my memory's fuzzy. I remember seeing all those kids die. The cell beds we fought over at first outnumbered us in time. At that point, I was hailed as one of 5 gifted subjects who could survive any trial. They called me Invincible Detective. During our repeated life-threatening experiments, I realized they wouldn't stop until only one of us was left. So I figured, If I died there, all the lives lost would have gone to waste. Basically, even as a sole survivor, I could give their lives meaning. That's when you escaped? Yep. Not with everybody else, though. Sad to say.
What a truly dreadful story. So DA's predecessor, the secret police, was behind everything after all?
Having heard Renegade Detective's story, Posh's expression had grown somber. Easy to sympathize with this experience, and I accept how it would shape his beliefs. But even so, Renegade,
I understand where you're coming from now.
but you can't push your beliefs on others. Do you really think everyone has to bear responsibility for the lives around them? Here's the thing. Even if I'm spitting in the face of God, I won't betray my principles. I'll follow them and make others do the same. You won't accept my beliefs just as I won't accept your sense of justice. We could do this 1,000 times over and nothing would change. I agree with you there. Do your misdeeds 1,000 times if you want. I promise to stop you each and every time. Still so green around the ears. Green, sweet, and all too tender. Like an unripened fruit that'll bruise at a touch. But fine by me. That's what gets me tingling after all. With all my heart, I pray your growth continues, competent detective. Neither of us says another word. We're both in silent agreement. Fact of the matter is, he and I will never see eye to eye.
Good heavens, are you quite finished with your flim-flam yet? Tie up that scoundrel so we can return to the lobby. Toot sweet.
Posh sighs in exasperation, but at the very next moment...
What in the world is going on?
Calm down, I'm sure the power just went out. I take out my D-pad and toggle on the flashlight. When I point the light forward, notice the Renegade has disappeared.
It's standing right in front of me.
The detective's gone!
Pardon? How is that possible?
I arc the light across the entire room, but no one's here aside from Posh and me. Could it be that he intentionally planned this outage in order to make his escape? Must have fled. Let's go after him!
You bumbling oaf! Moving about in this darkness would be horrendously reckless. Come across a trap and it'll be the Curly Gates for us.
You mean the Pearly Gates?
Same difference! Now come here. Stand back to back with me and pay close attention to our surroundings.
Gotcha. As directed, I turn my back against Posh's. How could someone disappear right in front of you? You have to understand, it was really dark. We scan the area with our D-pad flashlights. As expected, there's no sign of anyone.
You mustn't get careless now, understood? We can give chase once our eyes have adjusted to the darkness.
Right, sorry. I contemplate how much growing I still have to do as a detective when suddenly, the lights come back on. Of course, there's still no trace of Renegade Detective. We need to pursue him right away. Then, in a piercingly shrill tone, a bell sounds off. Fuck.
This way, incompetent! It appears the emergency alarm has been triggered.
Huh? That's... As the alarm continues to ring, we're confronted with a shocking sight that makes us convulse in horror. Workaholic droops limply, handcuffed to a pipe extending from the fire extinguisher. His entire body is soaked. Countless lacerations cover him like a torture victim. Yeah, I expected it too. Like, if you escape death in one of these games, it's gonna come back to bite you soon enough.
Workaholic?
What on earth happened here?
He doesn't respond to our cries. Could it be? His chest has been stabbed, but the wounds aren't deep. I'll check for a pulse. Workaholic held his ground against Renegade. There's no way he could die like this. I hurry to take his pulse. However...
Incompetent, stop! It's too dangerous to touch him!
Huh? Doleful sprints towards me, but he's too late. I've already made contact with Workaholic's body. Pain immediately racks me like flames on my skin. What is this?
Look, there's a bare electrical wire touching the pipe. Workaholic was electrocuted by high voltage running through the cuffs. Really? So he's already... We don't know that for sure. The way Incompetent reacted, the current doesn't seem to be all that powerful. We could still save him if it was just the shock. Let's get those cuffs off of him, quick.
Gourmet takes a fork from her pocket, raises it up high, and slashes the chain connecting the handcuffs from the pipe in one stroke.
Now we can touch him. Quick, he needs CPR. What happened?
Bookworm and Techie join us. I run to Techie to see if he has anything to help. Techie, we need you. Workaholic is in trouble. Do you have a defibrillator or anything like that?
Of course, in just a moment. I'll get Zippy Zappy, my life-saving friend.
I borrowed Techie's tool and put everything I have into getting Workaholic's heart back in rhythm. Shouldn't have been long since he was shocked. Still make it. There's still time. I'm sure of it.
What is it this time? A noise. It was above us, right? Did something happen to the elevator? Asked the girl, referring to what very well may have just occurred. I'd completely forgotten! Didn't Renegade tell the elevator came with him when he escaped?
I'll keep trying to resuscitate him. The rest of you, go inspect the elevator.
That appears to be our only option. Come along, Doleful! I'll go with you too, Posh. Techie, Bookworm, could you stay and help Incompetent? Of course. Incompetent detective, if you grow tired, let me know and I'll take over, the girl said. Lack of faith in her physical strength notwithstanding.
Thanks. Be careful, everyone. Workaholic, if you can hear me, say something. Workaholic! I call out to him as I repeatedly administer the AED to his heart, but time passes, and his eyes don't stir even once.
Wake up, I'm begging you! You have a family waiting, don't you?
Open your eyes, please, Workaholic!
Workaholic!
It's been over 10 minutes since resuscitation began. We should stop, the girl said remorsefully. Even a doctor would have called it by now. There's nothing more to be done.
Oh, no. My legs give out as I sink to the floor. I had finally decided to protect the lives of others to the very best of my ability, but the moment Workaholic gave me a chance to put my words into action, he died. What a bitter, darkly ironic end. Apart from the stab wounds on his chest, his body remains untouched, making it harder to accept as reality.
Do something so awful.
The only survivors left now. Which means there's only one person who could be the culprit, right?
That's right. There's no doubt about it. Execution caused the alarm, which occurred when the power returned. So Workaholic was killed when the trip breakers were reset. All of us were with somebody else. Leaves only one candidate who could have set this trap. It was him again. Renegade Detective! The timing with which the breakers tripped was too perfect. He planned from the start to escape under the cover of darkness, while killing Workaholic at the same time.
Would it have been his plan to lure us here? Renegade Detective was waiting for the elevator to be repaired, was he not? Earl asked.
Yeah. Bookworm says makes sense. Even with the key, he couldn't use it while so many of us were camped out in front of the elevator. What if he's using Workaholic's corpse and the alarm to distract us?
That explosion could have been Renegade Detective destroying the elevator after he finished using it.
Let's get back over there. We gotta find out what's going on. I take the lead as we head over to where the others are waiting in front of the elevator. An unthinkable sight awaits us when we arrive at the elevator. Yup! Yup! What happened? The elevator is stuck, its door slightly ajar. Blood drips from the gap like a tap left running. Against my will, the overwhelming stench of blood forces me to imagine what tragedy could have transpired inside.
The elevator was functioning, so I summoned it to our floor, and this is how it happened. This is how it appeared. The doors will not budge, and everything is covered in blood. The three of us weren't strong enough to open it. And commented, could you help us out?
Yes, of course! We all grab the gates and pull with our combined strength. The metal scrapes along as it gradually shifts. The more the gap widens, the more blood spills out. It's like opening a portal to hell. I don't want to look. I can't bring myself to avert my eyes. Once we forcefully pry the gates apart, a swirl of emotions assail me. We're having such a normal night.
God, his fucking cunty heels are right there in frame.
A headless corpse tumbles out of the open elevator. Blood flows from the stump of its neck. I know, I've seen this body before. That body, those clothes.
Could it be? Renegade detective? What? The Renegade killed Workaholic, did he not? So why is Renegade himself dead as well? Perhaps it's a decoy. We should thoroughly inspect the body.
Stay back, Bookworm. We'll take a look, Worm. We cautiously approach what appears to be Renegade's detective's remains and investigate. So I guess I didn't expect... I kinda I didn't expect the headless part, but I did kinda expect, like... There's only one way guys like him go out. In a true blaze of... What the fuck am I looking at?
I haven't seen a decapitated body in a long time. Nauseating, isn't it?
There wasn't a lot of time in between now and us losing sight of him. Who cut off his head and how?
The collar Workaholic mentioned must have gone off. This is all so horrible. I wonder, is that the condition? No. But maybe that was the condition.
Many thoughts are swirling in my head right now before we've even started the investigation.
So what we heard a minute ago was the collar detonating, but what caused it?
The inside of this elevator must be fucked up. Yup! That's why they're not showing it. You know what they say. What is it? Imagining the end is just almost as nauseating as the end itself, or something like that.
I refuse to believe that Renegade Detective could die so easily, the girl said, sharing her candid opinion while covering both eyes with her hands.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, also fucking... We have two children seeing a headless body covered with blood in an elevator. God,
this happens with every death game, but God, these poor kids. Looks like the Renegade we know so well. It's the equivalent of the shower room at 9. Yep! Without any head on this corpse, we can't tell if it's really him. Knowing him, it doesn't seem impossible that he's still hiding somewhere. Alive and well. Watto and Dolfo are also... I mean, yes! But, like... They're not tiny, so I forget sometimes. And then there are further mysteries atop all of this. What? We hear a tremendous boom from above us. It feels closer than the last one, if the shaking floor is any indication. If the first explosion was the collar, then what's the what the fuck is that? Oh my god!
There are too many peculiarities about all this, don't you think? Absolutely. Renegade was the only one with an elevator key, so no one other than him could have called for it. Renegade was killed on an upper level, so maybe it makes sense to assume someone besides us was on the surface? Someone besides us? But who? Were they in the research facility above ground the whole time? If that's the case, who could have murdered Workaholic? To say somebody was biding their time up there presents a clear contradiction. The two of them were simultaneously killed on separate levels, but the conditions for each murder conflict with the other. If we were to name this case, then the case of the Paradox killings would be apt, said the girl, sharing her thoughts. Paradox killings?
Ain't that the name of the indie game with the fucking, No, I'm thinking of Paradise Killer. Everyone apart from Pasha and myself was in the lobby. It's an obvious fact that none of us could have killed Workaholic. Play Paradise Killer, by the way. Great game. Renegade Detective's the only one who had the opportunity to kill him, but he was killed too. Could there be someone else on this floor? Or is there someone like me with superhuman abilities to defy these contradictions? Holmes, what do I do? I ask Holmes, but I don't see her. She hasn't appeared at all since I remembered my past. Is that something to do with why I haven't seen her since yesterday? Or is she choosing not to appear to me? I don't understand what's going on at all. There's no time to wait. We won't be able to escape this island if we don't unpack this mystery. We're so close to escaping. Our only choice is to solve this case no matter what it takes. And well, chat, on that note, I'm gonna take a BRB. Yeah, you thought I was gonna fucking call the stream there? Nah, we're still going. But no, seriously, I gotta take a piss. Lock in.
Do you think you can reach headquarters? No, nothing's changed. The comms network is just as unstable as it was when we first arrived on the island. Still, it's already been a week since we lost contact. Assuming they've noticed something's off, help should arrive soon.
There's no way we'll miss a rescue team as long as we're on the surface. So our best option is to sit tight and wait for now.
Come to think of it, this lobby looks exactly like the one underground. Yes, I'm sure that's on purpose. The elevator has no button for going down below. And you can't get there without that special key. It was clearly meant to be kept secret. Maybe it's designed like this, even if pictures were leaked, they could explain it away? It's likely that there are members in the research facility who, like me, didn't know about the underground sector.
Even with the organization, they really didn't want anyone knowing, huh?
I'll have a look around, and
Wow, there are traces of an explosion. There isn't anything too unusual. That is, apart from one thing in particular.
incompetent. I found Renegade Detective's head.
This is horrible. It's overwhelmingly graphic. By no means can we let Bookworm's photographic memory see it. We keep watch, ensuring the rest don't notice. Renegade is dead. Remembers there's an investigation coming. Fuck! My 10 movement, hey? Hey, it's okay. We didn't get to use that 10 movement for 90% of the investigations anyway. Virtually, gameplay-wise, it's like I lost nothing. So the cause of death really was the collar exploding then.
Hang on. Gourmet said he was caught between the elevator and floor and died from shock as it tore its head off.
Kicks it down the hallway.
There's a gap in between the elevator doors, remember? Judging by the scorch marks on them, it was forcefully made by an exploding collar. And the elevator started moving, with his head still stuck in the gap, which, you know...
Yeesh. Which tore it off. It's hard to imagine anyone doing something so sickening. The plan must have taken into account how old the elevator is, not to mention its lax security measures. Whatever the case, it's horrifying. Wait, there are burn marks on his neck. That doesn't make sense if he wasn't killed by the explosion.
It must have been the second explosion. Renegade took a number of reserve collars with him, right? He probably used one of them to blast the elevator doors open, so maybe the second one? Maybe the second was the one in his neck going off.
So the collar on his neck detonated after his head was already torn off. They have had it coming. That's just kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it's hard to believe someone could think up a murder like this. The quartering Duke's far crueler than we thought.
So the culprit detonated a reserve collar to force the elevator open and stuck Renegade's detective's head in between the doors and escaped. When the elevator moved, it tore off Renegade Detective's head, which rolled to the ground with its collar going off shortly after that. Why go through all that effort? Can't make any sense of it. Why jump through all these hoops to kill Renegade with the elevator specifically? It'd be way quicker and less risky to do away with him by hand.
There's also this, which I'm guessing was made to mock us.
Since it's actually a double kill, very true.
It was attached to the elevator's operating panel.
Warning, this button may cause death! Doleful takes a piece of notepad paper from his pocket. Scribbled upon it are the words, warning, this button may cause death. Really did mean death for Detective Renegade.
Yeah, maybe Renegade knew he was about to die and jotted this down as a joke. I was so tense when I pressed that button.
So kind of them to warn us. Dude, this is nothing to laugh at, though. And again, trying to inject humor into such a morbid situation would be so very like him. Finish examining his corpse, turn below ground.
I found spare collars in his pocket, probably the same model that was implanted on him. Workaholic mentioned it before, but these can be remotely detonated via a transmitter like the D-pad.
How can it be done on a D-pad?
All I have to do is use the messaging function to send a keyword to the target. To keep things simple, let's call this keyword a command. I've analyzed the internal data and confirmed that detonation requires a command from 3 or more devices.
Meaning 3 or more D-pads. So basically, 3 or more detectives would have had to send those messages to Renegade. Workaholic said that he needed my help with the detonation. So he planned to have me, himself, and an unknown third party use our D-pads to trigger it.
By the way, there's also a security function that causes it to self-destruct when the back is pried open, preventing you from seeing any data. This is straight out of a spy movie. Couldn't it be used to trigger an explosion? It'd go off in under 10 seconds, and you can't open the back when it's attached, so it's hard to utilize systematically. At best, it could be a small bomb.
So you could use one to bust open the elevator doors, but anything beyond that would be a lot of extra trouble. And the culprit sever Renegade Detective's collar, remove it, and then detonate it? No, that'd take too much time and leave even more evidence. It makes way more sense for it to be detonated the standard way, remotely. Can you tell which devices were used to do this?
Unfortunately not. Detonated collar was blown to smithereens, so there's no way to check. What if they used the D-pads of those who have already died, the girl asked, presenting a third possibility. That could be a workaround, yes. Then again, they would each require fingerprint recognition, so only their owners could use them, correct? Why not just cut off a finger from a corpse and take it with you? The girl replied. Gracious! What a dangerous mind you have lingering behind that sweet face. While it is a possibility, one could easily carry around a severed finger or two.
This is true. If the culprit is the quartering Duke, it's definitely not out of the question for him.
Oh wait!
Workaholic and Renegade mentioned an alternative method of triggering the detonation, right? Maybe the culprit used that instead.
Good point. That's something we'll need to look into. Thanks for bringing it up.
Also, we finished Workaholic's post-mortem report. The cause of death is cardiopulmonary arrest due to prolonged electrocution. The stab wounds on his chest imply that he fought someone, but they don't seem to have anything to do with how he actually died.
Also, there's nothing off about the shutter. The underground research facility was totally cut off from the outside ever since we arrived.
So that means the culprit is here somewhere. We've all been moving about together. Our alibis line up perfectly. I'm again reminded of Bookworm's remark about these killings being paradoxical. Both of them died at virtually the same time. One above ground and one below. If we fail to address that, then we can't solve this case. Everyone's gaze instinctively turns towards me. I get it. It's become something of a pattern for an investigation to only really get going after I give the word. Do this. I have to. Speak aloud, trying to encourage myself. Ideal detective isn't here, making this my first time taking charge all on my own. I'm nervous, but it's something I must do. Alright everyone, we can just head to the surface and call for help, leaving all of this behind. But we're detectives. Whenever a case presents itself, our only option is to investigate it. A tragedy has occurred right before our eyes. It's up to us to reverse it. The thing about these two deaths is bizarre. Our investigation begins as we strive to detangle this mystery. Okay. Let me look at what we got going on around here. Okay. Good bit going on. Anything? Okay, yes, there is an analyzer. It's a 1, so I could give that to just about anybody. Only 6 of us, yeah. Wait. Fuck. Hey, I mean, you're right here. Might as well get this out of the way first, because it's, you know, more important. But, right, that's in the room. Can't really do much about that. And your inference is a 6, so you should immediately be able to get this. Move you over here. You over here. And I'll let Posh examine the dinghy. Well, this plebeian publication alludes to the manor's architect named Meicho Aragi. Turns out they're famous for their vulgar tastes.
So the culprit overloaded the breakers, causing a blackout without touching the distribution board. He must have used the AC to pull it off, but how?
It's a rubber wristband for visitors, right? What's it doing here? I did completely forget about you. But hey, that's fine. So I can have you analyze this. It all works out. It was all intended. Hold on. Yes, around here just in case. You can't be done with. I'll move you over here when we're done. These shower seats look like cheese. Why is Techie all alone? I don't know.
Yep, this wristband glows in the dark, so it was used to find Workaholic during the outage. Plus, it could insulate him from the electrified cuffs.
See, I knew it would be good to have my girl here. Well, not much we can do on this turn anyway. Ooh. Why'd the camera just shuffle around on there? That's weird. You're weird. Boop. Okay. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. I meant analyze. Yep. Nothing doing yet. So, I mean, you're the only one down here. I feel it'd be pretty simple to put you here for next turn. You got a baller assist. You know that? You know that, buddy? Just want you to know that. You're competent. Though sometimes you feel a little, I know, you feel a little inadequate. Your assist? Baller. Check this shit out. Bada boom! And maybe I should have Gourmet start to make a move down here towards this one, since I can totally see myself. I'm already gonna take Incompetent over this way afterwards to get the residual thought, so that's gonna be Techie and Incompetent can probably get part of this one, and with Posh that would probably cover the gap. So let's start sending Gourmet down. Actually, I can. No. I want to keep a move open. What's your yeah, your analyzation is 3. As long as it's like a 3 or above, you should be good to analyze whatever Bookie and or Doleful brings up for us. Why are there traps by the elevator anyways? I don't know.
There's something on the floor. It's the remote for the AC. What's it doing here?
I don't know much about these gadgets, but I do know this is a broken USB stick. Girl said, demonstrating your comprehensive knowledge.
Doink. Let's see. 3, 5. Okay. Well, one of those can be done by you, girly pop. And Doleful, we'll move you a little. Outside the room. Just riddle the floor with bombs. You want it? Yep, nothing can be done with you or you, but I'll keep you there anyway. So true. And I guess I'll move you outside the door. Wait. Yep, that's everybody doing a thing. Let's start the investigation. Pass the turn. Time is fucking passing, people.
I see. The fan speed and temperature are at max, and the timer is set to before the act. No doubt this remote was part of the crime.
7 hours remain. Yep, gotta have him right on top of it. Wait, I meant analyze. I realized I clicked assist. Man, ooh. I'm having a moment. My hands are ooh. I'm good, okay. Yours is low, right? Yeah, it's a 1. Here's a 3. 5. Oh, wait, no, it's a 2. I have misread. My bad. Okay. Yeah, 3. That's fine. Techie will still have a turn after that, so they'll be able to get the USB stick. It works. I'm okay. I'm just not even gonna bother with the keywords, I'm not gonna lie. I keep saying I'm gonna read them, and then I don't. So really, I should just stop trying to go for them. Your analyzation's kind of eh. So I'll just go ahead and get you like wait here. Burns is 6. That's pretty good. We could get you on a head start on this next turn. There we go.
Burns on Workaholic's skin, proving he was electrocuted through the cuffs. Though the shock could have been prevented, or his wrist covered. That's it. That's how the culprit timed the electrocution. Huh? Oh, I see. Yes, it is only natural that an aristocrat of my caliber would figure it out. In fact, it's all rather simple. Oh! A blood stain, but whose blood is it? Analyze this quick.
Oh, right, you only get moved. Chrissy! Hello, hello! Thank you, beautiful people, for the raid. We are currently playing through Process of Elimination. This is a death game type game where, you know, people are murdered and you have to suss out the culprit. We are currently in the late game, so I am stopping right here to give people a buffer. If they do not wish to be spoiled on a murder mystery game like this, you are free to leave. I won't mind if you raid and run, especially. I know Chris is probably tired after such a long stream, but you know, I do want to thank you for the raid. It is very appreciated. I might catch up later, bye. All right, keeps. Yeah, we're in our trademark chapter 5. What the fuck is going on type beat, you know? You know. That's all I'll say, but yeah. Things are happening. We gotta play Fire Emblem in order to solve the case. I remember the raid this time. I appreciate it. Love you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I hope your brain gets better. Go take a go take a good rest, handsome. Sorry, I don't know what was happening. I don't know what came over me there. See you around. Okay, I think we're good to pass a turn. Okie dokie. Shattered USB or blood? Let's start with the shattered USB. We cannot analyze for shit. Yeah, we got 2 rocks instead of brain cells in there. Your inference is 2. Your inference is. But yours. I'm gonna start doing big moves. Hold on, it was 1 off. Woo! Okay. Next up. Put you there. And we'll start moving you further. Is there a point to prelim? We don't really. Hold on. We need somebody with a 5, but all we got are a bunch of 3s and 2s. Techie is our guy. We do just have to pass time until he can do it. Actually, I could have done it with Posh, but I did. Well, I did move her over. And we have time. We have turns. It's not a lost cause yet, okay?
Okay, memory chip is intact. There's a special method of triggering the collar saved on it. I'll do a thorough analysis and report back.
Ding dong, y'all. Distance is 6, so I will assist. And that automatically makes Bookie start to infer. So there, there. Wait, what's your inference? 4? Just enough. Move you a little further. The fog is coming as chime. True. Very, very true. Wait, Techie is still intervenable. I almost forgot to assign him an item. Come here, boy. Analyze that blood. Is there a reason to prelim? Is there anything else I could do on this turn? I guess I could move you guys after the fact. Yeah, I'll prelim for that. Why not?
It is time to bomb, just like Techie taught me to. Everything should be fine now. Sniffy Whiffy says this is Workaholic's blood, which means he was wounded prior to his being electrocuted and had to wash the blood off. If that's the case, the one who injured him must have been Renegade, right? Does this photo belong to Posh?
Photo of happy employees.
After dinner, in my infinite wisdom, I reflect upon the day's events and chart our next course, as one would expect from a chief detective.
Oh, fuck yes! We get to hear Posh's internal dialogue.
It's been an entire 24 hours since our imprisonment within this manor. A rather precarious situation, to say the least. Although we have access to ample provisions, morale will inevitably crumble in due time. Those with such temperaments as Rowdy's, blunt with a strong sense of justice, could run amok at any moment. I must keep them in check. Though I feel ideal detective, that is, Holmes, would have done a finer job of doing so. I recall the face of my eternal competitor. Ultimately, I was never able to best her. A knock sounds out the door, breaking me out of my reverie. Keeping my guard up, I open the door to see Workaholic. In his hands, he holds a teapot that I remember spotting in the dining room.
I saw on the security camera that you were still up. If there's something on your mind, would you discuss it over tea?
My, aren't you a perceptive one?
For a commoner.
I shall humbly accept your offer. Black tea is mental fuel for the noble woman, after all. Workaholic beckons me to sit on the bed before pouring some cups onto the desk. After adding in my preferred amount of sugar, he proffers the drink to me with meticulously practiced ease. The full-bodied aroma wafting from the cup soothes my weary mind.
From the looks of it, you've been overworking yourself since yesterday. Are you doing all right?
Overworking myself? Preposterous! I'll thank you not to think so little of the aristocracy!
It's so funny to see things like this, yeah. No need to put on a strong front. Weren't you and the chief on close terms? She'd always go on about how you were going to blossom one day.
Holmes said that about me? And in spite of her constant mockery, too. To think she would leave such a sentiment behind upon meeting her demise, yellow-bellied coward. I nearly speak my vitriol aloud before I realize the words will not reach her, quietly swallowing my vexation.
I'm well aware of your circumstances. All the pressure you're under to rebuild your family's standing. Only you would continue to use your legal name in spite of the risks. Ariel Allen Pinkerton. I find your commitment impressive, actually. Having said that, it's also cause for concern. I fear you'll grind yourself down to nothing. The way our old chief did when she died defending us.
He has me pegged. I feel my voice hitch in my throat. However, a proper chief cannot allow such commentary to faze them. Thus, I maintain a cool demeanor and give my reply. Bear in mind, I am of society's upper crust. Thus, it is my duty to suffer on behalf of the common people. As acting chief, I have an obligation to protect those around me, for home's sake as well. So please, do not trouble yourself over this.
Got it. You're right. If things were that simple, you wouldn't be struggling like this. I just hope the day comes when you let yourself cooperate with those around you, rather than trying to shoulder everything on your own. Too late for some folks like me and the old chief. With that, Workaholic excuses himself.
Left in my own company, I begin to ruminate upon my words. It was too late for Holmes and Workaholic, was it? Well, bah to that. I refuse to change either. Since my birth, no other soul has tried in earnest to restore the Pinkerton name. Far from assisting my endeavors, many have taken to mockery instead. But trials by fire are all that I know. And I am of no mind to alter my methods. Rest assured, Holmes, even if you claim my life, I shall oust your killer and see this group home safely. Well aware that she cannot hear me, I voiced this proclamation to my lifelong rival nonetheless.
I'm just gonna go like curl up in a ball later, you know? I'm just gonna like fucking hell, man. It started faintly as a bit, but now she truly just is the best. It's kind of crazy.
It's clear that every computer in this room was forcefully cut off from the power supply. That means all of them were on when the blackout occurred, the girl said, presenting a fact that was clearly pertinent to the case.
She's literally just she's literally just so good. I'm a tired chief. Okay, nothing more to analyze, which kind of means we have nothing for you to do, unfortunately, if you can't move again. Doink. Double checking. No, okay, yeah, we've analyzed everything. We're good. You stay right there. I don't think these things move very far, so I'll just... Damn. Here. I guess I'll just keep moving, you guys. My words reach you? No. Yeah, the walls, I should have figured. You kind of like have to commit to moving inside of the rooms in order to analyze the keywords anyway, so it's just extra hassle. I'm good. That's not what I meant. Wait, hold on. Can you literally... you could literally just not move at all if you want. Nice. Yeah, but I don't think people can move much, so... Get some cheerleaders to solve the thing. Yeah, I'm trying to get Gourmet over here. It's like both of these guys, assistants and inference. Well, actually, hold on. If I reverse the order, we will have like a single turn left, but it will work out. Inference 3. Nope. Nope. I'm staying just out of range of that. I wanted to try and disarm her for fun, but I see that Techie, unfortunately, is not especially equipped. I hate the way my brain works, Rui. I gotta say, Rui. I really do gotta say, I hate the way my brain works, because you said cheerleaders. And my mind went to, man, Aza would be pretty cracked as a unit in this game, you know? Like, that assist stat would go crazy. Like, armor level assist stat. I don't know why I prelimmed. I think we're pretty much good to go. My would be like really good movement, decent assist, cannot inspect or analyze or infer very well. Well, no, okay. I think infer probably, but analyze and inspect, I don't know about that. And then Trevor would kind of be the inverse. Yeah, you know, I think the brainworms have settled in. I think they're very comfy burrowing in my head right now. Remember to do something with Techie? Oh shit.
Renegade has no wounds that suggest an assault. His neck was abruptly severed, an instant kill. How'd they do that with a loose cannon like him?
It's okay, investigation complete. Good boy! Lock the fuck in, Samurai. We got a case to solve. We reconvene in the ground floor lobby after completing our investigation.
At long last, we have made it to the surface. Though it's a hollow victory, so long as we're unable to make a distress call.
Nice and smooth. Yeah, that one was pretty easy, all things considered. I feel they wanted to make the investigation simple because I feel like unraveling the case is going to be a bit of a mind bender.
Still, at least we're above ground now. If a rescue ship appears, we should be able to signal it.
Could have sworn that Ace Attorney song was about to start playing.
You've been cut off from communication for over a week, so it helps it arrive at any moment. Good that we're back up here. There's just one problem. We still don't know how Workaholic and Renegade died. It'd be a major problem if the culprit is in fact one of us. We need to find the truth before help arrives.
Yeah, you're right. Let's start by getting the facts of the case in order.
I suppose the greatest mystery is, who was it that triggered Renegade's collar? It required 3 D-pads to send a command to his, correct? If Workaholic was one, who were the other 2? Let's refer to whomever secretly harbors these murderous thoughts towards Renegade Detective as Judases for now. To reiterate, the detonation necessitates 3 commands. If Workaholic sent 1, we are left with 2. Meaning there are 2 Judases apart from Workaholic, the girl said, hinting at a possibility she preferred not to consider.
It's okay, Bookworm. I suspected there were Judases among us 2 at first. As I investigated, I realized I was wrong. No one here could have sent a command. Renegade fell for the culprit's scheme, fulfilling the secret conditions to trigger his collar.
Secret conditions? What else was there besides sending those command words?
The rules were hidden on that broken USB. One of us should be able to explain it. Techie! Workaholic on that selection is fucked. Brother, if I didn't know that the like wrong answers were like just had placeholder, like, you know, you got it wrong, try again dialogue, I would have pressed that for the fun of it.
Techie, you can explain it, right? Yes, the USB was found dropped in the facility. It contained the files that were taken from that PC in the lab, the ones regarding the collars. Whoever smashed the USB hoped to destroy it, but its actual storage space is so tiny yet the data was still intact after the fact. Just what sort of guidelines does Renegade's collar have? culprit used them to kill the man himself, did they not?
Yes, the culprit understood these rules and predicted what steps Renegade would take. For to kill Renegade, they were prepared to put their own life at stake. Literally.
What? You couldn't possibly mean...
Renegade Detective's killer was Workaholic. He's both the victim and a culprit in this case. He leveraged the rules by dying to detonate Renegade Detective's collar.
Enough with this putting on airs! What precisely are these rules? If a detective designated as an observer died within a 10-meter radius of Renegade's D-pad, that would also trigger a command message. Observers have a chip implant that connects to their heartbeat. An automatic command is sent if they go into cardiopulmonary arrest. How positively ghastly! Just what are these observers anyway?
I couldn't answer that, but I can speculate who they are based on all that's happened so far. First, there's Workaholic. There's no doubt he's at the center of all this. And there's me. Workaholic made that perfectly clear.
You mean to say there's some manner of chip inside you?
Yeah, I think. I was unconscious for a few days before waking up on the island. It could have been implanted then. Or actually, Workaholic knew, so it might have been implanted while I was captive 10 years ago. After all, the third person went through the same ordeal.
Which means the third observer is...
Yes, Ideal. She threatened to detonate Renegade Detective's collar when he attacked me the first time we met. That is true. He was likely within 10 meters of where Ideal Detective was killed, so one command has already been triggered.
Essentially, Renegade was destined to die after 2 more commands. Huh? But I thought Renegade Detective was pretty far away back when Ideal died. Not to mention she's been dead for a week now. Does the command remain in effect? From what I recall, he might have been just barely in range. So either the command reached him, or she expected him to go rogue and set it in advance. It's plausible for a detective to wind up trapped with a colored individual, just like we were. So once sent, the command probably wouldn't expire. Detonation requires 3 commands, 1 each from 3 observers total, meaning you'd need consent from all of them to trigger the collar. That would explain why Workaholic pushed so hard to persuade you, incompetent detective, Girl said, recollecting the events thus far. Huh? Wait a sec. If a command gets set at the time of death, isn't something still off? Even if Workaholic and Ideal's commands were sent when they died, you still need another person, right? Wasn't that the reason Workaholic was pressuring you so much, incompetent? Try and get you to go with the plan?
Right, that's the tricky part. That's easy, really. A normal command and one sent due to cardiopulmonary arrest are considered distinct from one another. So if you sent a command and died afterward, you would essentially be sending 2 commands.
Where'd you come across this information? I don't believe Workaholic ever spoke a single word of this. Did he?
Exactly. That was all part of his trap. Pressing me was part of the plan too, I bet. Him not being able to detonate the collar without any help was just a lie to put Renegade off his guard. He probably had no clue that the collar would go off if Workaholic died nearby.
Workaholic would be thrilled so long as he slew Renegade. Even if things took a grim turn and he were killed, this would allow him to strike back. It would appear that Workaholic's willingness to stake his life on this was no exaggeration. I have to wonder, did he intend to die from the very beginning? No, I don't think so. I think he tried to survive to the bitter end.
Yeah, I agree. If he had always planned to give his life, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to commit the murder back in the dungeon. But I think Workaholic was so determined to put an end to Renegade that he was prepared for the slim chance they'd end up going to the grave together. It'd all be in vain if Renegade knew how the commands worked. Workaholic tried to keep him unaware by extracting the PC's data onto the USB.
But as Workaholic feared, he was killed by Renegade, causing the latter to die in turn. Their fates remained entwined until the end. Hold on a moment! If Renegade really did kill Workaholic, how did he go about it? Incompetence and I were locked in combat against Renegade right up until Workaholic was murdered. What? I despise coming to Renegade's defense like this. I'm reluctant to believe that he was able to trick the breakers or restrain workaholic.
The electrocution involved a very simple trick. You see, the culprit had a system in place to control the timing of the outage. Electrocution only requires an active current. In other words, you won't be shocked so long as the electricity isn't flowing. The electrocution's timing was controlled by... Wasn't a blackout. That's right. The culprit controlled the timing of the electrocution by intentionally causing a blackout.
The outage was certainly deliberate, but could one truly arrange an electrocution right in the middle of it? When the facility went dark, we were unable to see a thing without a light source.
Such lowbrow intuition for one so high class, the girl said. Despite her vexation, she carries on with a benevolence rivaling the Virgin Mary's. Recall the condition Workaholic was found in. With him in handcuffs and doused in water, it would be easy to electrocute him.
It would prove difficult to restrain a person in this manner. You only have a few minutes from the breaker tripping to the lights returning.
Perhaps so, but the culprit used a simple tool to create a setup to hinder the electrocution. You know it was used, right, Incompetent? Asked the girl, passing the buck as she so often did.
The unexpected question startles me. But it's fine. I've been keeping up with our investigation, so a question like this is no problem at all. It was the rubber wristband. They wouldn't have introduced this for...
Isn't that one of those visitor bands from the lab? Workaholic used one of those to unlock the doors. It seems strange for it to end up on the floor of the crime scene.
Obviously, it's no coincidence. This wristband was instrumental to how the culprit electrocuted Workaholic. For the outage, Workaholic was restrained while wearing the wristband. That way it wouldn't matter if the current was on. The band would act as an insulator, stopping the electricity from reaching it.
Then, while the power was out, the culprit removed the wristband, ensuring electrocution would occur once the power returned. The current flowed for minutes before we arrived. No amount of struggling would have staved off death, the girl said, complimenting Incompetent's theory.
But there was a blackout, remember? How did they remove the wristband in the dark?
The band is phosphorescent, just like that paint in the dungeon. It wouldn't have been hard to locate him, even in the dark. Of course, in fact, tripping the breakers was part of their plan too. The whole thing was orchestrated from the start.
So whoever shut off the circuits is the culprit! Who was it that touched the distribution board and disrupted the power?
The thing is, the breakers tripped on their own.
I beg your pardon? That couldn't possibly be the case. A noble woman such as myself may be ignorant in the ways of the world, but do not take me for a fool.
Actually, it is possible. In fact, the lights in here are about to go out again shortly.
Of their own volition?
Doleful. Reset the breakers.
On it.
After a moment, the room's lights flicker back on. See, you can cut off the power without messing with the breakers. Is she looking around? Is she stupid? Yes, next question.
Dispense with your showboating and tell us how it works. In nobleman's terms, if you please.
Hers on by Posh, I begin my explanation. When we turned on the lab's AC, the airstream moved the mouse, causing the PC to boot itself up, correct?
I recall. The computer was asleep. When the air conditioning jostled the mouse, it awoke. Your point being?
Using the same principle, the culprit turned all the lab's PCs on at the same time.
AC in the lab is powerful. If the computers are all in sleep mode, isn't it possible for them to all wake up at the same time? For any appliance, it's the startup that consumes the most power. Turning on that many PCs at the same time causes a spike, tripping the breakers.
Also, the AC has a feature where you can set it to switch at a certain time. Arrange things beforehand, and all you'd have to do is wait.
I see. By using this maneuver, one can trigger a blackout whenever they so wished. Thus, Renegade laid this trap, murdering Workaholic while fighting us to create an alibi. Not long after, he himself met a cruel end. What happened to Renegade, Incompetent? Tell us the full story.
Okay, I'll go over it all from the beginning. Everything that brought about this bizarre case that occurred simultaneously on multiple floors. We presume these cases were linked, but in truth, they're completely separate events, ultimately resulting in two connected deaths. First off, Workaholic, one of the victims, sent a command so he could kill Renegade, even in the event of his own death. According to the rules, if I had also sent a command, or if Workaholic's heart stopped, Renegade's collar would detonate. Unaware of all this, Renegade started to corral us and Workaholic. Given the state of the body, Renegade clashed with him and tied him up somewhere before luring us in using an announcement. Once Posh was successfully taken hostage, he began making preparations to shut off the breakers and electrocute Workaholic. It was a simple trick. He cuffed the unconscious Workaholic, using the wristband as an insulator. Then he attached the wires to the cuffs.
Remove the band and Workaholic would fry. All I had to do to carry out his scheme was lure in and fight Incompetent until the breakers tripped. The appalling actions he directed at Incompetent were merely a gambit with which to divide our ranks. Ultimately, we failed to capitalize on our superior numbers, causing our efforts to be disjointed. Yeah, he had us on a string the whole time.
As planned, the breaker shut off, and Renegade used that opening to slip away. From there, he hurried to where Workaholic was tied up. He located the glowing band, slipped it off from Workaholic's arm, went to the distribution board, and reset the breaker. And then...
No insulation, Workaholic was helplessly electrocuted. At the same moment, power went to the fire hydrant, triggering the alarm, right? Maybe the alarm going off was a coincidence. Renegade had plenty of collars with him, right? It could be that he originally planned to lead us around by making them explode. Either way, he used that drawn-out murder method as a means of getting our attention, concluded the girl.
Exactly. Just like the culprit intended. We were distracted by the alarm and slow to realize that Renegade was riding the elevator to the surface. But Renegade never figured out that killing Workaholic would fulfill the conditions to trigger his collar. As a result, he himself died, creating a case built on chain reactions, where differing goals aligned, forming a bizarre picture for us to piece together.
Still, doesn't that leave the actual matter of Renegade's death in question? You said so before our investigation. Renegade's death was not due to the collar's detonation, but by his head getting stuck in the elevator, no?
The elevator's doors wouldn't budge, probably because it was broken. We had to force them apart when it arrived on this floor too, right? Renegade must have faced the same situation.
I see. Having lost an arm, he used the collars to blow it open.
Yeah, he only managed to make a small gap and struggled through it. At the same time...
The elevator began to move and he perished. Oddly foolish final moments for a man like him. I'm sure that even Renegade would panic then. He also left that strange note on the elevator button, warning this button may cause death.
And like us, he didn't know that he had time before his collar exploded.
It makes sense that he would lose his cool and start acting out. Essentially, each of these two deaths was inadvertently caused by the other. It seemed like an unsolvable double murder at first, but the perpetrator unwittingly took their own life when they killed Workaholic. Culprit is obvious. My bad. No wait, yeah, I got it backwards. Sorry, my attention is a little strewn about right now. That's right. Renegade Detective is the culprit responsible for both murders. Suddenly, the face Renegade wore in death flashes through my mind. Renegade Detective was smiling. He should have been panicking as his doom drew near. That'd explain why he did something so illogical. But his satisfied expression gives me pause. Is my theory actually right? If Renegade Detective's the culprit, then this case is closed. The most suspicious person of all got what was coming to him. Death. Workaholic and Renegade. Their bond ended in mutual destruction. It leaves a bitter taste, but from here, all we need to do is wait for help without any further mishaps. It's the best possible outcome for us. So, why am I still so uneasy? Right. I realize why my concern lingers. It's my lack of faith in my own abilities. In the end, I still have no confidence. Till now, Holmes had always been there to keep me afloat. I was uncertain. She'd smile and tell me it was okay. She was my courage. But now she's nowhere to be found. Not having her here makes it really hit home just how much support she gave me. Holmes, is line of reasoning correct here? Just tell me. Show yourself to me, Holmes, please. Just then, sparks flare past my eyes. And my perfectly clear vision goes white. What am I looking at? If this is the vision at the end of the tunnel, then it would seem you won't be carrying on the ideal detective name after all. I hear the voice of someone I've longed to see. Saika. That name from so long ago slips past my lips. Holmes offers a sweet smile in reply. Good. You're finally calling me by that name. Gotta remember now, you were never so professional around me. It always felt off, like someone was constantly poking at my ribs. Why were you gone for so long, and where is this? I told you at the beginning, didn't I? My final regrets birthed me as a residual memory. You protected me once, but I took your place, assuming the mantle of ideal detective that was intended to fall on your shoulders. But alas, I lost to the Duke, slain before I could achieve my aims, and now, in spite of all that you lack, you're to become ideal once more. Ultimately, I'm a product of my own guilt. As such, you remembering everything has now relieved me of my duty. My downtime has been steadily increasing as you regain your memories. My existence continues to fade as my mission nears completion. Soon my consciousness will be completely gone. Nevermore will we be able to speak. But poetically, I shall suffer a second death. A second death? Does that mean we'll never get to meet again? I wonder. Wait, but I finally remembered who you are! This isn't fair! I reach my hand out to touch Saika. My hand slipped through her like I'm grasping at fog. I can see her so clearly, yet I can't even feel her. What? But was able to touch you before. In my dreams. Don't be sad, Watto. In reality, I died after sharing only a few words with you. I detested the denouement for showing nothing but tragedy. Still, it did let us see each other one last time, so for that, I'm thankful.
No. Don't go yet, Saika! I still have so much to learn as a detective! There's so much more I want to talk with you about! Stay with me! Keep teaching me!
Oh, Watto. How sly of you. Here I was prepared to die. At the last minute, you'll make me want to linger on.
Saika stretches her hand towards my face. It's transparent like glass. Scenery beyond us is visible in her tearful eyes.
This is no time for crying.
What you're about to see is a potential tragedy waiting to happen.
Huh?
I turn, only to be confronted by mountains of corpses. More than I've ever seen before. What kind of vision is this? It's far different from any other premonition I've had. This vivid collage of death borders on the fantastical. All these bodies. What happened?
As there's nothing to be gleaned from the bodies, this is likely only a glimpse of calamity. But if nothing changes, many will surely die in time. This is the future I saw while investigating the Quartering Duke. It's precisely why I moved with haste to usher everyone to HQ. The Quartering Duke must have predicted I would make that call.
But Renegade's dead! Wasn't he the prime suspect? The Quartering Duke should be defeated, so how?
You can see this vision. Is answer enough? You feel it too. Deep down, don't you? You know the Quartering Duke wouldn't be so easily killed.
I can't argue back. I know it to be true. My hunch became certainty the moment I saw the departed Renegade's face. The Quartering Duke lives. The case will continue if he escapes the island. All the tragedies that befell us would be for naught. These bodies are the Quartering Duke's future victims, aren't they?
Yes, I believe so. Each of them may die in different ways, but there's no doubt that a mountain of corpses will be left in his wake. This possible tragedy has been thrust before you, a kind you may rather not even think about. Such is the denouement's binding curse. Those who possess it can never avert their eyes from tragedy. They are obligated to reverse it. There may even come a day when you'll wish you'd have been killed by Renegade.
Saika chuckles as if to intimidate me.
So tell me, Watto, what will you do? Like I told you before, I can no longer help you. You would have to face the tragedies to come on your own. The kinds you've seen on Morgue would become regular events. Each day would be harsh with precious little joy. Even life as Watto Hojo would be challenging. Yet despite all that, are you still prepared to take on the role of ideal detective?
Saika's purple eyes pierce through me. When I first arrived here, I wouldn't have been able to answer. I knew nothing back then. I had even forgotten my own past. I didn't even realize I was experiencing a reunion 10 years in the making. In fact, for all that time, I believed my false memories. I thought I couldn't save her. I led a carefree life that forced a cruel fate on Saika. Now that I remember it all, I can't fathom fleeing from it. I refuse to. Because above all else, there's no way I'm letting you die, Saika. Now I see what Renegade Detective meant. In the end, I failed to protect you, Saika. And now it turns out I'll have to watch you die again. But I refuse to let you go. I've made up my mind. I'm taking responsibility for your life, including the fate you were made to bear.
Are you sure? It isn't too late to turn back. My words, a remembered past, the denouement. You could excuse it all as a delusion and return to life as you knew it, in all its normality. In the face of all that, are you truly still committed to being a detective? I am. I'll dedicate my life to being a detective. I know it's easier to call it quits, but I'm sick of shielding my eyes from every tragedy. I may still be a rookie, and I may never reach the heights you did, Saika, but I'll use the denouement to play my part as ideal detective. Very well. You know everything now, yet you still choose to walk the cruelest path. Nothing's changed in the past 10 years. You're still another fool, shouldering it all alone. Someday you'll surely come to regret this. Though I suppose warning you now won't do much good. I learned long ago how stubborn you are. That's precisely why I admire you so. Saika's body grows hazy, like a fine mist. I reach out, but she still escapes my grasp. I finally caught up to her, and yet now, I can't even touch her. I'll be perfectly frank, Watto. I'd hoped you wouldn't remember anything. If you hadn't, my regrets would have lingered, allowing me to stay by your side forever. That way you'd never have to face your dark past. Though of course, you never wished for such a thing. So that's why you didn't tell me what happened 10 years ago. Yes, I'm quite the selfish woman, aren't I? Ultimately, I used you for my own purposes. Even up to this very moment. I pray that you resent me. From the very start, I was never once the detective you so revered. As if I could ever hold that against you. You know better than anyone else how hard it is to bear the title of ideal detective. That's why you wanted to hide my past as the original ideal, and in fact, you had taken my place. Am I right? You haven't changed either. Your kind-hearted nature makes you throw yourself into the line of fire for the sake of others. I'm so sorry I couldn't remember until now. But all the same, you never stopped looking out for me. Even once. So thank you, Saika. Saika's expression flickers as tears well up in her eyes, and her face crinkles into a broad smile. And I was being so calculating, too. I never hoped for any gratitude, but I'm a right mess after hearing you say all that. The role of ideal detective is no ordinary path, it's true. You will encounter far more tragedy than what you've already witnessed. Still, given who you are, you'll be just fine. No matter what adversity befalls you, you'll find a way to reverse it. As the greatest of detectives. Saika continues to dissipate, seemingly melting into the world around her. Here's my final word of advice as one once cast as the ideal detective. The denouement does not merely predict the future. Rather, it sees all. This is a place you've been before, and you'll likely discover something new. Reflect upon the events of this past week, and use your power to find the truth. It's elementary. Right, Holmes? It's been fun playing legendary detective with you, Watto. Ultimately, I failed to save Saika. By the time I remembered it all, it was far too late. I never got to repay her.
That leaves only one thing left for me to do.
Yes. Time to strike back. It's up to you. Our home is threatened by the most atrocious tragedy yet. You must reverse the case of the quartering Duke.
Right. It's a promise. I swear to pave a way and resolve the quartering Duke incidents. I make this vow to one I cannot see. The one who is everything to me.
Incompetent! Why did you suddenly go catatonic?
Oh, sorry. How long have I been out of it?
A minute, perhaps? Whatever is the matter? A lack of sleep or the like?
Yeah. Something along those lines. Maybe I had one of those waking dreams just now? Again, whatever it was doesn't really matter. It isn't going to change what I have to do. Posh, I need you to trust me. Please.
Incompetent?
I don't care if that was a dream, an illusion, or even a hallucination. All I know for certain is that it's too early to say we've resolved these paradox killings. I said it was Renegade who killed Workaholic, but I realize now that it's too early to draw that conclusion.
Pardon? What are you suggesting? Any and all accounts, Renegade simply must be the culprit, no?
Yeah. There's a lot of evidence that points to that fact. But there's one part of it that just doesn't make any sense.
Something that makes no sense?
Renegade was smiling when he died, but you'd think his imminent doom would have been something regrettable for him. He's fixated on taking responsibility for the lives he claims. He should have been in anguish over dying so soon after killing Workaholic.
That is true, but...
It's because Renegade tried so hard to kill me that I understand his mentality so well. The irony is almost too much. But much like Saika in my dream just now, the smile on his lifeless face showed not a single sign of regret. Something must have happened right before he died to give him that satisfaction.
But there's no actual grounds for that, is there? One false step and we may just walk into a trap laid by the enemy, and yet you still want us to keep investigating? You must be pretty convinced about something. We ask that you show us something concrete, demanded the girl.
I'm sorry, but Doleful is right. I don't have a solid basis for this. All I can say is that my detective senses are going off. Mystic taught me there's a reason behind everything. Rowdy encouraged me to never waver once my mind is set. And thanks to armor, I discovered how to find the strength to hold fast. Everything I've learned on Morgue is how I know. Even if it's just a vague inkling for now, there's a hidden mystery behind Renegade's death. So until help arrives, will you aid me in this for just a bit longer? I need time to think Renegade's death over. No, think about everything that's happened here on this island. Everyone falls into silence at my petition. Going off a totally unfounded hunch ought to disqualify me as a detective. Back when I first arrived, I'm sure they'd all have laughed at me. However...
Are you incompetent? I'll lend my cooperation. I have total faith in your words, the girl said, offering a smile. I'm liking that look in your eyes, incompetent. So sure, your honorary big sis is here to help. Let's catch that quartering dupe together. As a matter of fact, I agree with you, incompetent. Even if there are risks involved, we need to keep investigating to ensure no one died in vain. Whatever you decide, I trust you, incompetent. Just call on me when you need my abilities. Need I remind you that I am the chief here? You ragtags and bobtails always forget your place.
But very well. It would be inexcusable for a superior to disregard an eager subordinate. And so, I shall assist you in my capacity as chief. Know that we will uncover the truth, for the sake of all who have perished.
Everyone. Thank you. I'm still so inexperienced. I could never call myself an ideal detective. Incompetent is a much, much more appropriate word for me. But I'm not alone. I have friends I can trust. We've survived through life and death ordeals together, after all. Even as we go up against the most fearsome serial killer of all time, I'm not afraid. So long as they're with me. Alright, guys. It's time to reverse every tragedy that's occurred on this island. With that, we make the decision to revisit every case that's happened up till now. But not one moment later, we receive an unexpected transmission.
Everyone, it's a message from DA headquarters.
Huh? But I thought we had no signal.
There must be a ship equipped with a comm system near the island. Thank goodness we made our way up to the surface. I'll open the message up right away.
Everyone clusters around Techie, looking at the laptop balanced atop his knees. You know, thank God we finally got a CG I can use for the thumbnail. I was going back and forth on, should I use the other thing that I screenshotted, but I think this should serve us. Displayed on the screen is a brief, blunt order. There's no further need to investigate the Quartering Duke case. Help is on the way, so we're to sit here and do nothing? Perhaps we had yet to see how deeply the malice surrounding the Quartering Duke killing swirls. Oh, brother! So next stream's the last. Without a doubt. But oh man. Woo! As if all the robots weren't suspicious enough. Yeah, I know.
Good morning, evening, and day, citizens. 'Tis I, your grace, the Quartering Duke, still without any past felonies on my record. I've been live casting this Quartering Corner for days now, but sadly, the next installment will be our last. Soon, I'll be back to normal dukehood. For our momentous final episode, I'll discuss the talk of the town. Those obsessive stalkers of mine, the Detective Alliance. They're seen as heroes online, with folks touting them as defenders of justice. But who are they really? You're dying to know, eh, loyal viewers? To put it simply, they're what shits out. Their criminal organization was formerly another, one sanctioned to investigate the dayless night. It may seem hypocritical, but their evil sickens me. 10 years ago, they kidnapped children for human experiments to artificially create exceptional detectives, such as the famed Ideal Detective. I, too, was subjected to the horrors of the secret police, the DA's precursor, and gained superhuman powers. Then, I waited a decade to exact revenge. When the opportunity finally came, Your Grace made meticulous plans to annihilate them all. Plans which I'm carrying out as we speak. I'm sure their HQ is the very picture of chaos right about now. Just the thought of it strikes my heart like breaking a vase. What, don't buy it? Yeah, fine, I get it. Seeing is believing. Thankfully, Your Grace resides in reality, so now I'm scrambling around their HQ. In our next installment, I promise to present you with the emotionally riveting and exceptionally damning evidence I've found there. This is the moment where the heroes of justice become the foulest villains
the world has ever known. Best entertainment ever. Am I right? To all the ladies and gentlemen, all the bitches, bros, and non-binary hoes of the Alliance tuning in, if you hope to stop your grace, and I invite you to do so, not that you'll be able to. Woo! Woo!
Man! What a day. That'll cut it for today. But oh man, I'm gonna have to wait till Monday to wrap this up. That's gonna be... Well, it would be torture in any other scenario, but I have Kirby. I'll live. Speaking of which, my next stream is Thursday with Kirby. 2 streams that day, morning and evening, as I've said before. But tomorrow, I will be with Ollie, wrapping up Ace Attorney 5 Dual Destinies. If you want to see how that wraps up, I would definitely say come by if you want, you know, if you want. Or don't. Your call. But regardless, this is about it for visual novels this week on my stream. I'll be back next week to bring it all to a resounding close. Probably, hopefully. Barring any meteors happening. That is the wrong window. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I will be back. But for now, bye-bye.